Καλημέρα και καλώς ήρθατε. Ευχαριστούμε.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Thank you very much for being here. May we please take our seats, and we'll be starting shortly.
Είπε η κυρία Ιωάννη τώρα. Καλημέρα σας. Καλώς ήρθατε.
Good morning and welcome. Dear Mr. Konstantinos Megaritis, Deputy Director of the Cabinet of the Secretary of Labor and Social Affairs and representative of Mrs. Domna Mikhailidou, Secretary of State of Labor and Social Affairs, Mrs. Eleni Giannakopoulou, Legal Counsel and representative of the Ministry of Health, Mrs. Zoe Rapti, Mr. Georgios Stamatis, Secretary General of Social Solidarity and fighting against poverty of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. Dear representatives of the region and local government, Mr. Ioannis Moscholios, Chairman of the Pan-Hellenic Association of Guardians of People with Disabilities and Deputy Secretary General of the National Confederation of People with Disabilities, ESAMEA. Mr. Antonis Christou, Academic Professor of Special Education in Volos and representative of the Secretariat of People with Disabilities of the Political Party of New Democracy. Dear friends, assistant supporters of the Association of Parents for the Supported Living Accommodation of the Association To Pέταγμα, the flight. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your presence. Welcome in our conference entitled 20 Years of Good Life in the Community. I shall now give the floor to Mrs. Voula Ioannou, the President of the Association, in order to greet the commencement of our works. Good morning, dear friends, it is with a great joy that I welcome you on behalf of the BOD in our conference, and I thank you wholeheartedly for the honor you make us to be here. We have in this room representatives of state entities, of health from the region, from AOP, who have always been present and supportive in our work. We have the management boards of associations of parents, such as is in our case, Το Πέταγμα. We have professionals specialized in various fields with various sensitivities on their jobs. And we also have members of families, parents, friends, volunteers. We have a constant constructive partnership for all of us in the utmost objective to integrate the people we support in our community. We also have among us some very important people, our sponsors, who have been supporting us not only financially, but also morally. They give us strength because they believe in our work, they believe in us. Our sponsors provide us the opportunity to grow as an entity. The people present in this room, we are all common voyagers in this trip that improves the lives of our children, of our families, and makes of us a better society. All of us in our association, Το Πέταγμα, we celebrate those 20 years with deep emotion and satisfaction because we have been able to react and not follow the regimes, the situation that was the case 20 years ago. Through hard work and productive work, we have been able to secure the best possible life for our children with disabilities and to give balance and safety to the other members of our families. Dear friends, we are all here to exchange our views and experiences, to see what are the challenges ahead of us and what is our vision for tomorrow regarding the accommodation services in Greece. I hope that at the end of this day, we shall all have food for thought, and each one of us shall probably have some fresh ideas. Thank you. We now ask Mr. Konstantinos Megaritis to take the floor to address his salutation. Good morning. I'm very glad to be with you. I would like to transfer you the congratulations of the Minister for the conference, the event, and your work. I'd like to say very briefly that Domna Michailidou, the President, we didn't know the object. And this was good because we have learned to hear the people with disabilities, to hear their entities, to hear their families. We did a triple work. There was the issue of the pandemic, and we had to deal with the risk the pandemic has caused, and the recovery and resilience facility that provides us the opportunity for new projects that would be innovative. Are these things enough? No, it's never enough. We're never happy. We began new discussions and new projects such as the personal assistant, the new intervention that has been submitted to Parliament regarding the disability card, the supported employment of persons in the spectrum of autism. Enough things are already going on. We are open, and this shows how we may cooperate when we saw the model agreement with OP, allowing for us to have model agreements. We start all together. This is why we managed to do it, and everybody's happy. There is no supported living accommodation facility without a model contract at this time in our country. We shall proceed in the same manner. This is what I had to say. And thank you again and we are here to listen to you.
Παρακαλούμε την κυρία
We shall now ask Mrs. Eleni Giannakopoulou to take the floor on behalf of Mrs. Zoe Rapti. Good morning. Unfortunately, the State Secretary of Health, Mrs. Rapti, couldn't make it today. She would have liked to be here. I'm here to transfer her congratulations and her address regarding the very important task you have been executing as an association, Το Πέταγμα. I'm here to represent the State Secretary of Health. This is an important event regarding the celebration of 20 years of life of this association for supported living accommodation facilities. This is an association that has as an objective the support of the right of people with disabilities to lead a good life within the community as equal citizens. You shall allow me at this point to read the salutation written by the State Secretary of Health. Dear Mrs. Kyriaki Ioannou, dear members of the BOD, dear members of staff, dear parents and families that support the association Πέταγμα, dear guests in the structures of the facility. Upbringing of a mentally disabled child unfortunately keeps on being a challenge for the parents. This is due to the fact that the parents are confronted to various difficulties in their daily lives. Nonetheless, the obstacles do not stop with aging, but the need for the provision of supportive care needs to be present so that these persons may lead smooth lives, taking account of their particularities. It is necessary for the state and civil society to be of assistance in this path. Those objectives are fully served by the operation of supported living accommodation, allowing the smooth integration of mentally disabled people and providing assistance to their families. The association Το Πέταγμα has been executing this work with its own initiative that is operating 3 supported living accommodation facilities in Attica, each one being staffed by appropriate members of staff, allowing to those persons to have the necessary and adequate care on a daily basis. In our country, there are more than 500 people with mental disabilities of more than 18 years old living in more than 150 supported living accommodation facilities. It is crucial to stress that we are in a social reality that is presenting stereotypes and unequal opportunities for disabled persons. Every person has the inalienated right to its mental health, for which we are necessary according to our portfolio in the Ministry of Health. Every person is an equal member of our society and we ought to provide our assistance to all the needy. Mental disability is taken seriously into account by the state. In this framework, various activities are underway for the general population, but more focused activities addressed specifically for persons with disabilities. With the financing of the Recovery and Resilience Facility, we proceed to the full reshuffling of the chart of mental health in our country, including children in the autism spectrum. It is worth saying because in this facility of Το Πέταγμα, there are mentally disabled people who have also accompanying disabilities such as autism and other kind of problems. An important part of the activities underway, which are promoted by our ministry, have to do with the new units that are being established concerning primary intervention centers in which youth shall be able to receive the necessary care in order to let go of the stigma and proceed to a smooth integration and inclusion in society at large. It is worth saying that we have the phone line of mental support 1306 that has been put into operation and is available for citizens, allowing them to address themselves, allowing every person that is experiencing such difficulties to be able to address himself or herself to this telephone line. This line has already received an important number of calls, approximately 500,000, and it is keep operating, providing assistance to the people in need of psychological and mental assistance. The new needs, in conjunction with the new activities of the ministry, as well as the activities undertaken in common by the Ministry of National Education, are going to allow us to create a society in which no one, and especially so for the more vulnerable, no one will be left behind, no one will feel alone. Thank you very much.
Παρακαλούμε.
We now ask Mr. Stamatis to take the floor. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. Usually we say the best wishes in such celebration circumstances, but allow me to begin with a small fable, a small story. Given that the name is the flight, there is a bird of 15 centimeters that is called colibri, with a very big beak, and it feeds as it flies. So colibri and other animals were in the forest, and there was suddenly a forest fire, and all the animals, elephants, tigers, fled, and colibri did not follow the other animals, and it went to a small pond in order to drink and try with its beak to extinguish the fire. Then it joined the other animals. The other animals were joking at him, saying to the colibri, "What did you do? What do you think? Do you think you're able to extinguish the fire?" And the colibri said, "I did what I had to do. I did my part. I had my share." So this is exactly what To Pέταγμα does. Steinbeck, the famous author, said, "I've looked to many people in my life without really paying attention to them. Pέταγμα saw those people when the state was absent. The parents took care of their people when the state did not take care of them, not in the form of support, but in the form of inclusion, of how we could create a better future for those people who are not people anymore. They are adults." And we often need to repeat it, because all the policies that are planned are not solely planned based on the degree of disability, but also they need to take into account their needs and their age, because the needs of a mentally disabled child at the age of 8 are totally different than the ones at 28. So the association To Pέταγμα came here to fly and to help other parents' association to follow the model of supported living accommodation facilities. And one of the characteristics of To Pέταγμα is the following: it was one of the pioneers in terms of self-advocacy, allowing the person themselves to express their reflections, their thoughts, and to be equal members of the society towards the state as well. If I need to say something about the association To Pέταγμα, is that when last year, New Year's Eve, when we had a New Year's Eve cake in a supported living accommodation facility in the north of Athens, what was striking is that all those people are smiling when they live in such facilities. Given that today is the European Day Against Sexual Harassment and Child Abuse, and also given that in these last months we have been dealing and tackling various unfortunate situations, one of the characteristics of To Pέταγμα is it tries to ensure the integrity of people with disabilities living within those facilities. Once this is ensured, then we shall be able to talk about the other things. And Pέταγμα will also undertake this common path, and Mrs. Ioannou personally providing her precious experience. The new big challenge, the new big change that shall come after the personal assistance by the government shall be the enactment of supported work, meaning that people with disabilities are not going to be recruited through social responsibility. They're going to be hired through job coaches as employees with rights and obligations. And this is the biggest leap we should need to make together with the personal assistants in order to support the employment of people with disabilities. And then, believe me, with the help of the state, when biological development leads in a specific direction, those persons shall be able to be in an environment in which the state shall provide them what they need. First of all, ensuring the dignity in their lives as persons, first of all as persons, and then as disabled persons. Thank you very much. We shall now hear the greeting of Mr. Vadakastanis, President of the National Confederation of People with Disabilities, NSAMEA, and the Chairman of the European Forum of People with Disabilities, the EDF, who shall be done through video because Mr. Vadakastanis is away presiding in a session of the European Disability Forum.
Αγαπητή κυρία Ιωάννου,
The sound is very poor for the interpreters. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the interpreters shall try to do their best. I would very much like to be with you today. As I have already informed, I am currently in Dublin in order to assist today, tomorrow, and on Sunday in the session of the BOD of the European Disability Forum. Today's event is not just a celebration of an anniversary. It is an event that produces knowledge, sharing experiences, creating progress. In the name of all the members of the BOD of our confederation, I would like to congratulate from deep in my heart Mrs. Ioannou and her colleagues for their excellent, exemplary work, the work they have done during all those 20 years. Happy anniversary in a qualitative manner, in a humanely manner, with good results for the people you represent and for which you care. I've said that today's event, in my view, is not just a celebration of an anniversary. This is also an event that produces knowledge, allows the sharing of experience and marking progress. Our country, as we have said numerous times on behalf of the disability movement, is in need of a specific integrated national strategy for the living and inclusion in society, with the reinforcement, empowerment of the services provided to the communities, meaning we need to have on the one hand all that has taken place, all the things that already took place during all those years, and the institution of supported living is one of the top institutions that have been into operation. The personal assistant that is underway, as well as other interventions that are being organized by the state. On the other hand, There needs to be this necessary classification of the services, structures, interventions that need to be undertaken, allowing us to achieve both independent living for people with disabilities, which is something they may have, they needn't be deprived of, and assisted living for people with disabilities that are in need of such a service, but also a living with services of increased care in the community for people with disabilities that require it to be so, in order to stop definitely with the demand and the trend towards institutionalization, and to organize as a country in a rational and efficient manner deinstitutionalization. This shall allow us to see swift results in all the territory of Greece. The disability movement of our country is working systematically, methodically, and in a determined manner in this direction. I would like to honor today, in the name of Mrs. Ioannou and her colleagues, the operation of this association called To Πέταγμα, the flights, and to honor all those pioneers, the parents of persons with heavy disability, autism, Down syndrome, and other disabilities, who paved the way in our country from the beginning of the 60s already until today, allowing in Greece to have a primary healthcare and support for disabled people. Society owes you a lot in return. Economy owes you as much. The state owes you even more. Today, allow me to honor more particularly the mother of a child with disability who has consecrated, dedicated all her life in order to upbring and support her child. And her reflection, her stress is always what shall become of her child, and the same reflection is shared by the parents also by when they cease to be when they die. We have asked from the minister to enact an honorary pension of the mother of children who have been deprived of the possibility to work, who have been deprived of the possibility to have a pension right. So to attribute to those people an honorary pension. This is the least the state can do for those Greek mothers. I wish you to keep going strong with the same quality and freshness. Mrs. Ioannou, from ESAMEA, with all due respect, happy anniversary to you and your association.
Παρακαλούμε τον κύριο Μοσχολιό να...
Calling upon Mr. Moscholios to kindly take the floor for a brief address to the audience. Good morning to all attendees. Also from me, I would like first of all to congratulate the Πέταγμα Association and most particularly its chairperson, Mrs. Kula Ioannou, with whom we have had the pleasure of attending and assisting at the Secretariat and Executive Committee of ESGAMEA for a long period of time. Besides her duties as chairperson of this association, she has been very diligent to the benefit of our association and those beneficiaries, our children. This, dear friends, is an event ascribing a very tumultuous time for our society, focusing on the most vulnerable members of our society, persons suffering from such conditions as paralysis, Down syndrome, and disabilities, dedicated to the institution of supported accommodation towards a decent way of living in the community. But I would like to insist and pay my tribute to the fact that definitely at the time this event has been hosted, 10 years since incorporation in the national legislation of the International Convention of the United Nations in the matter of the rights of people with disabilities in this country, a mere 2 years since the commitment made by the Greek government for the implementation of the National Action Plan for the Rights of People with Disabilities, some 6 or so years since the entry of the first contract for support facilities with LP, 20 years since the onset of activities of the Association of Parents of Children Suffering from Disability, some 20 years since we started focusing on how to ensure a free and unconditional access of people with disabilities to living community life decently through the grid of our services and facilities. Just as Mrs. Stamatis said, indeed, parents have already taken their measures and have been acting to the benefit of our children. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of supported accommodation for people with disabilities deserving increased, intensive, supported of social nature, which is why all parties involved should be seeking ways of convergence and understanding, focusing on common pursuits. After several decades of efforts, parents and tutors of guardians of persons with disabilities did not have the luxury of time either to take a distance from the fact that this is a problem, nor to stay waiting until this happens. So over time, faced as we were to the inexistence of state structures and the impossibility of the government to provide supporting services to children and their families, hence the social isolation, all these parents in an organized and structured way, by way of associations, try to actively provide reliable answers to the insecurity of the future of the children and open up new pathways towards consolidating and ensuring a decent way of life for their children in the society. Theirs was the Herculean pursuit of creating structure for the assistance of persons with disabilities like those already operating, and for the last decades, the operation of accommodation facilities that are coming to fill the gap of all those omissions that have in the past plagued people of our condition. This was done not just to become involved in business making or towards making profit. It was in full conscience of the situations and circumstances they would be faced with. And so they did, by substituting the role of the government in providing assistance to disabled children and going through dire straits all these years. This they did in a unique way, oriented uniquely by the fact that their children and all disabled persons only have one life to live. And that is why we owe them not just hopes, but an equality of opportunities and equal treatment for them to live their life decently. This is how the whole story of accommodation facilities started in Greece, so that according to last year's reports on the course of the National Action Plan in the matter of rights of people with disabilities, we may speak of the operation of 104 accommodations where dwell more than 112 persons with disabilities. Otherwise, these persons would be spending time at home or in institutions under the precarity we all know of. And we owe and all opportunity, just like today's, to underscore the crucial role that the Parent Association has played in securing a decent way of life to these children and people with disabilities deserving a more intense support. This is consistent with the vision of digitalization that for some years now has been pursued by the government to prevent people with heavy disabilities from finding themselves confined in institutions. Families and their associations have over time been and still are an obstacle to institutionalization by providing an improved outlook in the range of services in this country. Supporting such ideas, therefore, for the parents and the children have always been a matter of life and dignity, and this should be waged in every way possible. This is why, from the onset, our association continues to wage every effort possible towards consolidating the outcome of the efforts of parents of people with disabilities by, amongst others, coming up with such facilities. And in the spirit of such pursuit, we're trying to come up with the funds necessary to our purpose. A most recent development in this field, and the solution that is a promising one, including all associations operating accommodation facilities, is our entry of contract with ALP for the third consecutive year for most of the accommodation facilities, which further resulted in the amplification of possibilities, and there was a doubling of the term of effect of these agreements, hence a commitment of sufficient funds for the following years. Let me also, on that, also express my appreciation to the Deputy Minister, Mrs. Domna Michailidou, and the General Secretary, Mr. Georgios Samatis, for their relentless effort. They have been with us on our side throughout the negotiations with the LP. Everybody knows how harsh that has been and how demanding. They were there in every challenge of ours, and they kept pressing on their part, hence the very good results. Last but not least, despite steps taken forward and the unquestionable benefit to persons with disabilities, the course of our country when it comes to allowing for accommodations of this kind has never been always very easy or fluid, just as funds have not always been appropriately utilized. All parties are therefore under the duty of making an account of what has happened, be sober on the way we evaluate the efforts, and be able to provide for better solutions in the future. We should have a very sober account of what has been achieved, what has not been achieved, what the errors and omissions have been, and some delays as well. I won't be delving further into that. I believe speakers in due course will be touching upon many of those issues and will be providing eventually answers to all that. On my part, I would like to assure you that our association, as parents of people with heavy disabilities and serious conditions, will be pursuing our effort towards ensuring better conditions of life for our children through the accommodation facilities institution, and will be supporting every initiative towards bettering this institution. Thank you very much. Calling upon Mr. Christou to kindly take the floor and address a brief salute in the name of the Secretariat for People with Disabilities of the political party Nea Demokratia. Good morning. In representing the Secretariat of Persons with Disabilities of my political party and Mr. Kostas Lolitsas, the secretary of that secretariat with my political party, Nea Demokratia, I would like to salute you all and congratulate Pέταγμα upon the fact that under difficult conditions, especially after 20 years of effort, has managed to focus on something extremely important in terms of supported accommodation facilities. For all of us having suffered disabilities in our family circle, we know something that others can never grasp. So when there is one person with disability in our family circle, the whole family is ailing in a way, and by saying ailing, I mostly mean ailing, suffering the consequences of the disability, not so much the disability itself, psychosocially speaking, and substantially in terms of people trying to get the benefit of appropriate services and support. Which is why I salute Pέταγμα for having accomplished something incredible, supporting disabled persons and the way of life of these persons as a condition sine qua non for further support of the person in the community. Pέταγμα is focusing on intellectual disability, and as an educator, I may say that this is something very typical of the fact that in intellectual disabilities, difficulties are of multiple nature. So the family itself should become involved and focused. It is necessary, and the person with intellectual disability needs, nevertheless, to benefit from autonomy throughout his or her life. You know that the Secretariat, who are close to you, many of the things accomplished over the last 3 years under the Nea Demokratia government have been admirable. Many more need to be done, of course, besides supporting these persons within the community, allowing for better accessibility to health services and structures. Thank you very much. And I'm truly looking forward to the event ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your addresses. And going straight forward into the first section, the first steps ahead, calling now upon the coordinator of this section, Mr. Stamatis, General Secretary of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, followed by Mrs. Ioannou, Chairperson of the Πέταγμα Association, Mr. Neophytos, Chairperson of the institution in Theotokos, and also President of the Greek Network for Services to the Interest of Persons with Disabilities, as well as upon Mr. Bob Rhodes as founder and director of the British organization Lives Through Friends. We also had provided for the participation of Mr. Konstantopoulos, ex-Minister of Health. Due to the loss of his father, however, he will be unable to attend. We express our deep condolences for his loss. Thank you very much.
Καλησπέρα και πάλι.
Good morning.
Πριν ξεκινήσουμε,
Prior to commencing, and as you see, these are the first steps, and we'll be discussing on how certain things were launched, and the video will be aired. It is my obligation, since I, with Mr. Konstantopoulos, have served as the Minister of Health at the time of his mandate as Minister of Health, to say that part of the task force towards the efforts to the interest of supported living, there have been 3 other members, and they're here physically present. So I would like to call upon them to stand up and have a round of hands. Mrs. Prokopaki.
η κυρία του Κοχωρίτη,
Mrs. Turkohoritis, and Mr. Nikolakopoulos. All of them being persons that have worked a lot and spared no effort, so that today's discussions on the outcome are possible. So this really reflects the whole philosophy that has been ours and still is. So over time, if anything, the government needs to have an eager ear, not only to the stress and the agonies, but also to the arguments and the opinions of parents of persons with disabilities in the name of a better future. Let us start with a video of a historic account of our activities. Το Πέταγμα, just any other effort, is starting on the basis of a true need. The need of persons with disabilities and their families to have a better life within an as secure environment as possible. This is how a group of parents decided to take things at hand rather than waiting others to find a solution to their problem. So in 2002, possibilities in Greece have been limited. The only choice outside the family was that of going to live in institutions, this kind of structures. Still, our families did not want this for their children. This is why we came into contact with good support practices in small homes within the community, the way things are happening abroad, and decided this would also work for their own children. The first humble steps were taken through a small family residence in the outskirts of Pallini. There, the first experience was lived for people to live with their people of their own age in a neighborhood house. Little by little, a group of young people was established, ready as they were to take the step ahead. In 2005, 5 residents moved to the first home we rented in Halandri, in the north of Athens. There, under the coordinated effort of more than one person, we started to have the first positive outcomes of our effort. Our dwellers looked very happy in their new home. They started developing new skills. They started becoming more self-confident, socializing themselves and maturing eventually. The families started feeling safer, more secure, and more confident. They now believe that this venture is likely to be achieved and make their life and that of the children better. In 2007, the first 2 licenses to set up homes in Greece were obtained. One such license was for Halandri, a second one for another facility set up in Patisia, thanks to a grant by the Theotokos institution. Our dwellers now are meant to spend more time within these facilities, and our actions were amplified. We are organizing ourselves better and better as a service, and in 2011 we moved from Halandri to Troados Street in Agia Paraskevi, and in 2012 one more residence was rented in the same district at Agiou Pelagous Street. New residents are now closely knit together. They are bonding. They have set up a new kind of structure, and we start to focus on the quality of the life of dwellers and sharing what we have learned with other organizations active in the same way. In that same year, we hosted a day event at Zapion on a theme for the maintenance of quality over time. Participation was enthusiastic, and speakers of very distinguished level came to speak to us from Greece and abroad. In 2015, thanks to the support of the Bodosakis institution, we implemented the Circles of Friendship program, coming to grips with the fact that an important part of our job has to do with the creation of natural social bonds, networks around people who we are supporting. Within the context of that same mission, we are developing structures of cooperation with people from abroad, traveling to Iceland and even Liechtenstein. In 2015, we managed to obtain our own privately owned home, renovating it thanks to the support of the Stavros Niarchos institution and other donors. In 2018, we have the 2 of those homes moving to our new home in Elysia, while having a third supported accommodation facility is now operational in Agia Paraskevi, and we have more. The way to having the right of people with disabilities acknowledged to live as equal citizens is full of challenges and opportunities. We're here to be able to exploit every possibility.
How is time here with the snow? Oh, that's fine. It's very nice when we have a blizzard. Well, here you made a snowman, I see.
Εδώ τελείωσε το ταξίδι αυτό.
Οπότε, να καλέσουμε στο βήμα
Let us now ask Ms. Ioannou to take the floor to talk us about how it all began. Every beginning has its own story. Beyond the need, we also have the personal part, the personal touch. How easy or how hard was it for you when you first began? We began as a small group of parents. Our children were studying at Theotokos, and we were trying to ensure a better future for those children, a future with dignity. This is known and a common thing for all parents. At this time, around 2000, the notion of supported living facility was unknown. This notion was unknown. The term life in the community was also unknown at the time, but we had a dream that was to create for our children a space that would make them feel at home, allowing them to be and to live independently with their friends, as all people have the right to do, to make their choices, to work when this is possible, and to feel secure, because their families would be at their side constantly. Charissa, can you help me with the slides? I don't know how to keep to advance in the presentation.
Σας επαναφέρω στην πρώτη και από εδώ προχωράμε.
Ωραία. Δεν δουλεύει.
Το μεγάλο.
Γιατί. Τώρα.
Το μεγάλο.
Οκ, εντάξει. Ναι. Ωραία. Θέλαμε να συμμετέχουμε.
We wanted to participate actively in this house so that thanks to our love, we would be able to identify things that could be improved and to ensure that our children live happily in those premises. Given that we shall have the problem of the physical absence of the parents, we understood early enough that the assistance to our children needs to be provided by a service. And in the future, younger parents could be able to address themselves to this service. Our objective has begun to appear not as a house for our own children, but as a service that could potentially cover the needs of more children in more houses. Thus, our association was established. Let me see if I managed to advance the slides. This doesn't seem to be the case. Why doesn't this thing work? Okay, fine, thank you. We had the chance to have on our side two very important, illustrious scientists in our sides who have worked for our common goal. Penny Papanikolapoulou, director at Theotokos, and Bob Rhodes, director of the TACT organization in the UK. Bob has called us to visit the facilities that were under operation in the UK. It was usual vicinity homes with a small number of residents, which was something new for us, but we have very much liked the flexibility of the service that was able to adapt to the needs and the desires of each individual resident. I thought at the time, yes, I can imagine my daughter Erica live in such a home. Coming back from the UK, we reached out for the Ministry of Health, asking for their assistance in order to establish such a house for our children. They have very much liked our idea, and they said that we would need to submit a pilot project in order for it to be introduced in the National Strategic Reference Framework, the NSRF, and thus be able to be financed. That was the submission of the memorandum in which we proceeded. So we submitted, we elaborated the individual plans by TACT, and there was a financial feasibility study. This program was submitted jointly by TACT, Theotokos, and Petagma that was not approved regarding its financing. At least I have the satisfaction that, and I know that it was lately utilized in the planning of the NSRF. We were disappointed, but we did not back down. We were so close to our dream, and all was already planned. We understood that we wouldn't have such a chance in the future. Bob has helped us again. He came here in Athens with his colleagues and partners, spending a week, and he presented a seminar to our staff, transferring his know-how and the way they were operating. The the head of the prefecture of East Attica has provided us a small financial assistance. He said he would be present. I don't see him in the room, but he has also sent the social worker of the prefecture at the time to follow the seminar. That was very useful to us in the future, in the course of time, because the prefecture was informed and knew what this new institution was. And this has helped us a lot. She was able to understand the pieces of legislation that followed. We then decided, all parents, to do what? To begin on our own with a partial integration financed by ourselves. At the beginning, we were somehow scared and uncertain about the outcome of our endeavor. And what has determined our decision was the trust we had in our two directors, Penny and Bob. They showed a big understanding about our fears, and their guidance provided us with courage to overcome the numerous difficulties we had to tackle. On behalf of all of us in Petagma, I want to thank you warmly for your disinterested and generous assistance during all those years. At the same time, other entities began to organize such supported living facilities, such as Anemone and Ergastiri. We had a good cooperation with those entities, and we have tried to organize and set up pilot services, keeping the cost very low, given we had no financing. There was no legislation covering the operation of those facilities. So we addressed ourselves to Mr. Kostantopoulos, the competent minister at the time, who responded quickly. And in 2007, the first piece of legislation was issued, defining the establishment of such facilities and the standards for licensing and operation. Petagma was ready and harmonized with the standards set forth by the legislation. So in November 2007, we got our licenses. In 2010, the state understood the useful nature of those facilities and has opened the project to financing through the NSRF. That ESPA, that NSRF, was very successful with full absorption. The facilities were operating in an exemplary manner with best practices, with a very high level of services provided. The managements of the entities gave all their love and their potential, because we knew all very well that this concerned the lives of our children and their dignity. It was a bet, a wager we had to win. The co-financing through the NSRF lasted for 3 years, and we had to ensure future financing. Otherwise, all our efforts, all the state money that was given would have no result. We knew there was a cost of treatment for the mental disabilities facilities, and we asked for such a cost of treatment to be reimbursed. Thus begins the odyssey of the cost of treatment. Why do I qualify this as an odyssey? Because the cost of treatment logic enters into our legislation for the first time in 2011 and comes to a happy end in 2017 with a decision of the BOD of the AOP regarding the signature of the agreements. During all those time of 6 years, there were various legislative provisions that were issued, and we had to see and exercise pressure to the relevant ministers and keep on going. I say this because this shows the resilience and the patience of the parents' movement in order to ensure financing and thus the viability of those facilities. Otherwise, this wouldn't be the case. The agreements, following an intervention by Mr. Vadakastanis, the president of SAMEA, was the result of the negotiation between AOP with representatives of Postgamea headed by its chairman, Mr. Koveos. These were hard negotiations, but I must thank Mr. Kikilias, the director of the Department of Agreements, who really was able to understand the value of those facilities in terms regarding an inclusive society, and he has decisively contributed to those negotiations. Here are our facilities. The first slide shows a small house that was conceded to us by one of our families, the family Simu, where we began during the weekends. It's a country house in the area of Palini. The second is the facility still in operation in Agia Paraskevy, in a rented apartment. On the bottom left, you see the two roofs of Pέταγμα A and Pέταγμα B that were relocated in this building in Vrilisia. And the last picture on the bottom right is an apartment we recently bought 2 months ago. We're currently in the licensing procedure, and it will be licensed as a fourth facility of Pέταγμα. Life in the facilities has offered a lot to our children. They feel those facilities as their home. They live amongst precious friends, beloved friends, and one cares for the other. Their skills have been improved. This provides them with self-determination and initiative. They have learned to have options and to claim them. As a family of parents and brothers and siblings, we see that our lives have been upgraded, improved. That was not something that we expected, but this is nonetheless very important. But we feel a trust and confidence for the future. Even if we live this life, our children will keep on living in a known environment, embraced by people who love them and who shall take care of them. I'd like to end with a piece of literature of Pearl Bach, a writer that is known to the older ones, a winner of the Nobel Prize. She had a daughter that was mentally disabled, and 80 or 90 years ago, she wrote in her book that my child has never grown up, as you may see in this slide, which is the substance of good life in the community. The good service is the one that is able to adjust, because life changes constantly, needs change on a daily basis, and the service always need to listen to the people, to listen to the people's desires, and to be flexible in order to adjust and to respond to those needs. Thank you.
Παρακαλώ. Ναι. Ωραία, ναι, εννοείται. Λοιπόν, ο Θανάσης και η Μαρία...
Thanasis and Maria have something to give to the directors of το Πέταγμα.
Με την κυρία Βασιλιάδου που είναι η αντιπρόεδρος του Πετάγματος.
with Mrs. Vasiliadou, which is the vice chairman of the association Το Πέταγμα.
Mr. Rod, we have a small ceremony here.
Εδώ στην κεντρική σκηνή.
Είναι ένα πουλί από πεντελικό μάλλον. Εκεί στο ψηλό. Αναγιά μου.
This is a bird made of marble from the mountain of Penteli, a copy from the Museum of Cycladic Art, which is linked to universal notions such as harmony, happiness, hope, and purity. Thank you very, very much for everything. So this is a small bird made of marble of the mountain Pendeli.
Okay. Would you like to say something about this little ceremony for you? Please, have the floor.
Try again. That's the one. That's the one. Right. Well, I'm going to say a little bit in a moment about the start of Pratagma. But as you can see, we have a relationship. What I'm going to be talking about generally today is the fact that, people are going to talk about facilities. People are going to talk about buildings. They're going to talk about homes. That's not the issue. That's the side issue. The real issue is about being included. The real issue is about being a real citizen. The real issue is about relationship. And for the politicians here, the issue is societal. It's not just about services. It's not just about what you spend. It's about society and how it's organised. I think what Pratagma is demonstrating is a really, really strong direction of travel towards recognising that. There's plenty of, as Kula and I regularly converse with Vasilis and others within the organisation, this is a constant conversation. But we're still exploring. We're still exploring, and we're on a journey. We're not there, but my God, Pratagma is a long, long, long way along that journey compared to most of the rest of the world. Not just about Greece. This is an example of how to do it for the world, not just in this part of the world. Okay.
Thank you. And allow me to say, Mr. Rhodes, that thanks to you, we have visible citizens here in our society, and we'd like to thank you for your help in Πέταγμα all this year. So, να δώσουμε το...
Let us now give the floor to Mr. Erotokritos Neophytos, who shall be transferring his own experience and present the contribution of the Foundation Theotokos, Virgin Mary Theotokos, in this endeavor. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here to present the contribution of the Foundation Theotokos in the first steps to establish the To Pέταγμα, a partnership that shows the importance of partnerships. Keep this word in the field of social care as an important ingredient for the success of corresponding efforts in the future. I was not personally president of the foundation at the time. I was just a member, but I have been informed by my colleagues regarding the details and the importance of this partnership. There was at the time, in 2000, a group of parents whose children were studying in the morning program of medical care of Theotokos, who developed a common reflection regarding the future of their children. For the day they would no longer be able to provide them a good life in a house with adequate support and care. This group of persons had the chance to come into contact with the then director of Theotokos, Mrs. Papanikolopoulou, who listened to their reflection and tried to utilize it in a productive manner, in a creative manner, trying to put this into an action that would improve the lives of those children. Thus, the direction of the Foundation Theotokos brought those parents into contact with the TACT organization in the UK that had already developed know-how regarding the assistance of people with disabilities in small houses in the community. The contact and acquaintance with such an organization provided a vision and a guideline. It was transformed into a memorandum that was submitted in 2002 jointly by the newly founded association To Pέταγμα, the association Theotokos, as well, and jointly, as I said, by the relevant UK organization. This memorandum presented an integrated study proposal regarding the operation of supported living facilities that has never been introduced per se in a specific financing tool, but was the model for the operation of this institution. This memorandum of 2022 mentions for the first time, probably in the area of the healthcare sector, so exactly 20 years ago, some very important notions that based on which the healthcare policy for people with disabilities still relies upon. Let me just indicatively mention the importance of creation of services in the local community, the linking of the assisted living with deinstitutionalization, and the finding that the patient-centered models ignore the needs of those people. Today, under the prism of the dominance of the human rightism, all this sounds logic, but 20 years ago, it was not evident at all. We also need to mention the assistance in the operation by the relevant service of the Foundation of Theotokos. More specifically, there was a counseling offered to parents that was necessary for the empowerment of the families in their first steps. Assistance in bureaucratic issues, social service, assistance by professionals was also provided. Finally, I would like also to speak about the concession that was done by the Theotokos of an apartment in the street Eupalenu in the Patricia, where a facility of To Pέταγμα with 4 girls that were mentally disabled has operated. This apartment, together with another one in Halandri, were the first supported living facilities that were licensed by the Greek state. Before ending, I'd like to say that I'm really glad that as a Theotokos Foundation, we provided our assistance leading to the success of this initiative that paved the way for the supported living facilities in Greece with small socially integrated homes in Greece. I think it is obvious to demonstrate and stress the work of our entities through partnerships and synergies. I insist on partnerships and synergies in order for us to be able to claim, vindicate the institutional role we do not have today as official speakers with the government.
Νομίζω ότι ο αγώνας
I believe that the struggle always goes on. There's no end to it, and hopefully very soon you'll have achieved your goal. Indeed, we need to say that the government, the state, by way of the acknowledged representatives of the movement for the disabled, is very well represented and is doing its best. What I can say is that what with the following presentations and in the presence of the chairperson of the Association for Persons with Disabilities is something that indeed is to be credited to the government. It is a kind of cooperation and the scheme that definitely is palpable.
it's yours, about your experience, about we're expecting your words about everything, and travel us to an amazing story about people with disabilities. Yeah, you can use the microphone.
I can use
Or you can
I could use this one.
Yeah, whatever you want. Yeah.
Okay. Turn that on. It's great to be here, and thanks so much for the invitation, Kula. That's I didn't imagine. I arrived in Athens 9/11, 2001. If you remember what happened 9/11, 2001. I'd still be very, very attached despite that, I guess. It's sort of, I came because a guy called Jeff Warner, who had been in Greece for some time, had come from the UK, seemed to know me. I didn't know him. I think he'd heard me speak at a conference or something. Had been doing work on supported employment, and a group of families associated with Theotokos, as you've heard, had asked him, if he could help thinking about the long term and how people were going to live into the future. And out of the blue, I got a phone call. And in the way of the world, some of us just respond to phone calls. I'm one of those people who can't resist it if somebody says, come here. And I've done it before, been in all sorts of weird and wonderful places. So Athens was a delightful place to come. What I did know was what we were doing in the UK, and just put myself in context. I'm into my 53rd year now as a human services professional. So, a lot of what I see is in the context of time passing and what we learn, and we learn a terrible lot. And sometimes we get stuck in thinking there are models for doing things instead of learning day by day from what goes on. And I'm certain I continue to learn. But one of the things I'd learned working in places like Pakistan and Russia many years before was, if you're British and you go somewhere else, you're a lemon. Do you understand what I mean by that? You're basically, you're everything that you assume because of the culture that you live in doesn't apply. And that's the way in which I've tried to work, and the colleagues I've brought with me have tried to work with Pέταγμα throughout. So the point at which we were first involved, we had loads and loads of meetings with all sorts of people, but mainly with the families. And the consequence of that was, well, just come and look at what we do. You won't be able to do exactly what we do, but come and have a look. And a group of, I think, 6 families came to the UK and spent a few days with us and visited and looked and came back and, as Kula has said, came back and made that conclusion. Yeah, we want to do this stuff and we want to invent it in the context of what happens here. We want to interpret what you do in a Greek context. So for me, very straightforwardly, it's been ever since responding to what Petaggma and the various leaders within Petaggma, Penny and Kula, and subsequently Vasilis, who we helped recruit. He was in somewhere near Edinburgh in Scotland, I think, when I first met Vasilis. We've been helping them think through not how to do it in the way in which we would do it in the UK, but how do you do it here? You know? And over the years, I can't count the number of times we've been back with not just me, but bringing people that would have some expertise in what people were struggling with at that point in time. And that included bringing people like Alamansky, who I think we're going to hear from later, and various other people from other parts of the world. What I basically want to say is what I was saying earlier when we received those lovely gifts. Essentially, what we're doing is incredibly simple. People can make this stuff sound incredibly complicated. It isn't complicated at all. If you stop and stand outside the way in which bureaucracies and governments and systems want to interpret things. Because what we're doing, very, very simply, is trying to get a handle on what the best life is for each of the people that come into Petaggma's remit, if you like. We're trying to find out what the best life could be and then find a way of delivering it. And what we've learned in our context in the UK, but we've been doing this, in places like New Zealand and Australia and Canada and Poland and various other places as well, is that there are some common things. It doesn't matter what culture you're in, that if you attend to them, then you're in with a chance of getting it right. And the real challenge is not for us as day-to-day people. The real challenge is for the systems in which we operate. Because very often the way in which the systems operate get in the way of doing the right thing. But as I say, I just want to go through very quickly, and I'll talk more about it later, those basic rules, what we call our framework. And the first thing is, let's find out how somebody wants to live, how Maria wants to live, how Erica wants to live. And what's the best we can imagine about the life that that person could live? And then when we start to respond to that, we look not firstly to how much money will we need to spend and what services will we need, but there's a whole gang of stuff in life that services can't do. A service will never love you. Petaggma gets close to it, but a service will never love you in the sense in which your family and your friends and the people who invest in you will, because of people who are paid to do things move on, inevitably. That's the reality of life. So a service will never love you. Service will never make you rich or comfortable financially. And very often, unless we think about it very hard, a service won't enable you to be a contributing citizen. We've heard that word thrown out repeatedly today about citizenship. The crucial thing about citizenship is it's a two-way street. And so many people with disabilities get denied the contributing part of being a citizen. They're just expected to take what is given them. But real life is about having the respect of others because we contribute. And all of those people that are here today from Petaggma contribute. And they contribute in a real way because people think about helping them to do it. We also start from a perspective that we talk about in terms of the service is supplementary and complementary to that stuff. It isn't the main thing. The main thing is the family and the community and the network of friends. And so the service has to support that rather than try to replace it. And part of supporting it is building those relationships and developing those relationships, which essentially is about supporting people to be included, because as we all know, none of us are independent, are we? We're all interdependent. And we build more interdependencies the more people we engage with, the more people we have relationship with. So a crucial part of what we attend to is, in our framework, is what are we doing which is enabling somebody to have more relationship in a really reciprocal way. In order to do that, we also have to, and we did this stuff here going back years. I remember Estelle Christmas coming with me, and we spent a day, 5 days, I think it was, laughing in a training room at Theotokos. But it's about learning how to think creatively, how to get out of just doing what is in the menu, if you like. But it's about where's the next thing going to come from? Where are we going to find the link, which means that somebody's talent can be linked to people that are not disabled people, who might actually build a relationship with you? We also have to recognise that from a service perspective, and Ptagma is very good at this, everybody is different. I'm afraid the service system is generally very bad at that. It basically says, here is a package, you fit into it. Whereas actually the real opportunities come from recognising that everybody is totally different, and that you follow, you take the advantages, and you work with the gifts and the assets that individuals have in order to build life, because that's what we do. It's no different for disabled people. Also, we have to be alive to the fact that what we're doing is a journey. We often, the system that I work with in the UK is really stuck in the notion of, you've been assessed, your needs have been assessed, not the sort of life that you want to live. Your needs have been assessed. We've come up with this package for you, and 40 years later, it'll still be the same, because we've done our job. We've given you a service. Well, that doesn't work. It's not the way life ought to be. We need to organise to recognise that things unfold, and that everybody's on a journey, and we're on a journey. And it's not just about the money. If you start from the perspective of trying to work out how you're going to pursue that vision of what somebody's best life is, you'll soon learn that there are things that you can't buy. You can only go out and find them in the real world, in real relationship. And what that amounts to is, as we've seen, leadership. It takes leadership at all levels to do that stuff. It's not just being the person that actually follows the plan. It's about being tenacious, and my God, we've heard the story. Hasn't Ptagma and the people, the families that have led that, been tenacious? And when we're working with government organisations, in policy organisations, we're basically saying, please look at what you're doing in order that you organise and systematise your contribution to this exercise to serve those aspirations. It's a really hard thing to do, but it's really, really crucial. So at this point, that's all I wanted to say, other than, again, to congratulate not just Kula, but all the other people that have made Ptagma get to the point at which it is on its journey, which is, from my perspective, quite phenomenal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. I would say great speech. Thank you for your job for Πέταγμα. Οπότε, φίλες και φίλοι, έχουμε...
Dear friends, if I may, this is a Q&A session, very briefly, only 5 minutes. If you have a question to put through, observations should be saved for afterwards, but mostly questions. Mrs. Panagopoulou has asked for the floor. My name is Vasiliki Panagopoulou. My hometown is Nafpaktos in central Greece. Let me start with congratulations on your initiative. Many happy returns of the day. We will next year be celebrating 20 years of presence in the world of disabilities and actions to the benefit of persons with disabilities. There are 4 facilities of supported living. We've been through difficult times. My questions go to Mrs. Ioannou. How have you and your colleagues been able to cope with the difficulties of the dire crisis time between the time the previous support framework was terminated and the new one was not as yet in place? Mr. Stamatis knows all too well what I mean. You all know how difficult the struggle was for the covered the children by the social security system to also be able to have access to these facilities. How were you able to cope with these difficulties? We have had a very difficult time coping with the financial issues. This gave us a very difficult time. So please enlighten us on that. Okay, next question before an answer is given. Anyone else wishing to take the floor? Mr. Moscholios. Can you hear me? Yes. I will not be congratulating you. I believe that it is more useful to disagree than agree. So let us see what things can be improved. I don't agree that has been a very difficult struggle. It's just an odyssey, because Odyssey was about Ulysses surviving. And Ulysses was able to survive only after killing many people and struggling through many dire straits. This is a marathon. That's the way I see it. And everybody wins. It's a win-win situation, and those who manage to make it to the terminus are all deserving a praise. It's a marathon. It's a very good struggle ahead. And I believe the conditions are there for better performance to be obtained and for our children to have a better life. So this is not an odyssey, it's a marathon.
Υπάρχει βέβαια και το Σπάρτα.
But there's also Spartathlon, okay, if we want to be more sober, because some marathons are more difficult than others. So maybe Spartathlon. Mr. Moscholios, can you hear me? No, well, I'm just taking the floor. There has been a mistake corrected by Mr. Stamatis, that the movement for the disabled persons is underrepresented at the level of the government. This is wrong. Our association is the institutional representative of the movement together with other associations, and as such we participate in any action undertaking, any negotiations underway. Mr. Stamatis said it, I'd like to underscore it, that's all. Thank you.
Παρακαλούμε.
Good morning. Thank you all. I would like to express my appreciation for what you have been doing. My name is Jacqueline Potter. I'm chairperson of the Mamaka Association. My question goes to Mr. Stamatis. Mr. Stamatis is a coordinator. He's not the general secretary. So his capacity is that of a coordinator. He's here just to introduce the speakers on the panel. So perhaps the panel could ask whether at this moment there's a proposal by the government to the interest of parents starting in this process. Is there a roadmap of sorts as to where we're getting at? Because the answer by the government that go and ask those who have done it is no answer at all. For a parent of a girl of 22, seeing that after so many years of an uphill drive, I have reached the top, there's a second mountain waiting to be climbed behind that. So to start with, well, there is an official government gazette. We know it. It's an official journal. The law is there. But what about the practical steps? It would be at least immoral on the part of the government to ask parents the children of who have reached an age where much more is needed after all the struggle we have waged to bring them to this level of maturity, to put upon the shoulders of the parents this huge project without any service being available or any way on the part of the government to take us by the hand and help us by showing us practically what to do. Perhaps anyone on the panel could help us. This is a political question, and I will give you a political answer. Forgive me if I'm wrong. You cannot speak of the immorality of the government. I can't believe there is immorality to be blamed upon the government. Now, if your question is how you as a parent might be informed about the availability of a supported accommodation service, well, I don't really grasp your question. What is your question, madam? Off the microphone.
Η διαδικασία του να ξεκινήσει κάποιος.
Now, the process.
Στέγη υποστηριζόμενης διαβίωσης.
This is for a supported accommodation facility, and if it is available, there should be a service available to help us all along, step by step. The service is available at 160 Solomon Street on the 3rd floor. This is where you find the service for disabled children of the Ministry of Health. You will get all the answers you need. There is an exchange off the microphone. We're very sorry. This altercation cannot be interpreted. Yes. Next question, please. Apologies by the interpreters. There is no way we can interpret. There is no sound in the booth. No microphone is used. Please urge the speaker to use a microphone. Before we make things difficult here, all we do is implement the law. The answer by the service was once we ask, we get an answer. But what is the true answer of the government? We got this answer. Ask other parents to find out how they did it. To me, this is no answer. Not for a government that truly takes interest in all this. I'm not accusing anyone. I'm just putting things on the table. I believe the government is obliged to help us in that. Indeed, the government has informed you through its services to how things should be done for a structure to be established. By asking you to consult others who have done it before you, I believe, go to the right direction. And to be sober, the services you have not been happy with, and if anything goes wrong, we might correct it, of course. We also have persons like Mr. Stėgės and Mrs. Manu who have negotiated the whole thing besides political issues about the funds to be made available by the centralized health fund. Well, something as a sequel to what Mr. Moscholio said, I never spoke of anything but alliances. I never said that this or that association are not represented. It is also clear that most of issues afferent to disabilities are tackled by all these associations. Nobody put this in question. You are entities, and as such, of course, you take contribution into that effort. And indeed, also the establishment of networks is something complementary. There is no antagonism here. There are thousands of issues we are meant to deal with as service providers. Some of them are not part of yours or theirs competence. So once I heard about a network being established that would be all comprehensive, I believe that would be a good thing. Why not? So there is no competition amongst us. Most associations are members to your umbrella association as Gamea. I'm speaking about alliances and joining forces. So there is a pool of problems, and once all problems have been taken stock of centrally, we are approaching the agent in charge, Mr. Megaritis, and I can definitely vouch for him. We have always been heard, listened to, and heeded. So where did you hear me speak of antagonism or anything of the kind? It's an umbrella association. Any other questions? We have a foreign guest. Do you have any questions to our foreign guest? There seem to be people speaking off the microphone. We're very sorry once again. So perhaps this is the time to close this panel. The floor going to Mrs. Ioannou. Let me give an answer first to my dear Vaso, who first put through a question. When we started, we had no funding of sorts, really. We were providing the funds ourselves. Once the framework support fund was made available for all expenses to be covered, we had two choices: either stop paying or go on paying. We convoked a general assembly and we decided as an association to continue paying because we did not know what would the fate of the future financing would be. Fees were going up, skyrocketing, and anything was in suspense. Nobody knew what would happen. Back then, there have been different funds, and we had to run after each one of them to see whether they would make any reimbursement of costs. So we decided to continue paying until the end of the two-year term. And we said, if we benefit from a reimbursement of costs, we would use them to buy property to house the children. If not, well, too bad. There has been some time when no reimbursements were allowed, but we had the money available, and this allowed us to go on and to remain afloat. But the money, of course, was not enough. We had to hire people. You know how high the cost of hiring people and the payroll cost is. But then we have to make do. And as to another question that was put through, well, one way or another, we have to find some people who have the experience and indeed also read into the laws. But okay, be happy at least. Now there is a law to rely on. Back at my time, there was no legislative framework. Now, under this law, there is a possibility to hire a professional, evaluate all those persons to join the team, then have a delimitation of the program by professionals, not by each parent separately, because we know all too well what happens if parents individually deal with this issue. And then the National Association of Parent Associations might also be of help to you by showing you the way to go ahead. I believe there has been posted on our website the steps to take. Yes, I'm a physiotherapist. If I want to open a physiotherapist consulting office, I will have to read into the law, find out what the supporting documentation is, and start with the process. Everything is posted on our website. Thank you all for your assiduity and patience. There's a coffee break. No, before the coffee break, I'd like to call upon Mrs. Haidemenakis to take the floor, after which there will be a coffee break. I am really sorry to have interrupted you.
Good morning. Hello. Before going for the break, we'd like to share the following information. All those that have registered must have received an email with a link, with a question. The question is, what is the element that makes the life of a person living in such a facility good? Given that we are creating a knowledge together today, it is important for us to hear your views upon this. The question is simple. What is the element that improves the life of a person living in a supported living facility? At the end of the second session, we shall be discussing about the results. Thank you.
Οι απαντήσεις θα κλείσουν μέχρι το...
You shall have time available to answer in this question until the end of the second session. We shall now take a break of a quarter of an hour. Please do wear your badges in order to be served.
σωματεία. Δεν έπρεπε να
Χαίρετε και πάλι.
Hello again. Please be seated so that we may begin with the second session.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Ωραία. Είμαστε έτοιμοι να περάσουμε.
We are ready to begin the second session having to do with self-advocacy and quality of life. We would like to ask the coordinator for this session, Mr. Fanos Tsavalakos, who is the director of the association Osotir, coming from Salonika, to take his place in the panel. And the rapporteur, Mr. Vasilis Kalopisis, head of operation of the association To Pέταγμα, Mrs. Lukia Haidemenaki, a psychologist of the To Pέταγμα, and Mr. Bob Rhodes, founder and director of the British association Lives Through Friends. Mr. Tsavalakoglou, you have the floor. Good evening. After seeing the historic of our association, we shall now proceed with something that is a reality in the society in which we live, meaning quality of life and self-advocacy. These things have been voted for. The agreements on the rights of people with disabilities have been ratified, and we are in the pleasant position to hear our speakers with their very interesting presentations on how we experience in practice this self-advocacy, how we have managed to have a good quality of life for our residents, and to learn and listen to interesting presentations. We have the honor to open this session with a video from Mr. John O'Brien, who has been a pioneer of the movement for the social inclusion and the institutionalization of people with disabilities. He has planned person-centered plans in a way allowing us to see people with disabilities as individual personalities and not as members of a category, which is a uniform one. He has planned together with the families of those people in a way allowing them to be essentially supported. He focused on disadvantaged groups, disabilities. He didn't focus on those disadvantages, but he spoke about the dreams, the visions, and the charisma of each person. He has served as an inspiration for a lot of professionals in our sector. Let us now see this video with a discussion that took place between Mr. John O'Brien and members of our association.
What does person-centered planning means for you today?
Well, the first thing I'd say is that the pioneers of person-centered planning were people with disabilities and their families who were able to get through to those of us who were trying to work out how to provide good support, that they wanted more in their lives than was available. Those are the sort of pathfinders. That was the case in the mid-1970s when we started, and that happened in the context of a large movement, social movement of deinstitutionalization in North America. Although people's lives were immeasurably better in smaller, better resourced, better organized local services, in our view, and in the view of many people with disabilities and families, it wasn't different enough from the institution. We were still congregating people, often in pretty big groups, 8, 10, 12, 16 people. We were building buildings around the way we labeled people. It was about inventing, it was about social invention. It was about the creation of new forms of service. That stream of innovation, social innovation, as the context for negotiating with people and the people who are close to them, a way to support what matters to them in their lives, continues. So now person-centered planning shows up in regulations, in rules. It's a have-to sort of process.
How the person-centered planning can be used to make the lives of people better in this context, in the context of a supported living apartment, with the limitations and the good things that we have here.
Some of it is an organizational issue in my mind of how you keep alive the impulse that gave birth, the impulse that said, there are people here who want to fly, which is the best translation I can get of your name.
This is
Google translate, right? So 20 years ago, your president sitting over there beside you, and other families and allies in the service world or the professional world felt this impulse, felt the correctness of it, the importance of it, the significance of it. And with any organization, the question is how to keep that impulse alive, how to keep that impulse strong. Because that impulse will keep moving us to the next boundary. And so much depends on the social policy context that you're in.
Could you reflect on how do we ensure that people that have, as you said, harder personalities, people with complex needs, people with difficulties in verbalizing, how do we ensure that we hear their voices?
One of the things I learned in my very earliest days in this work, which was as a direct support worker or what was called a ward attendant in a 3,000 person institution. One of the things I learned in the back wards there was that a dozen people that were classified as profoundly and multiply disabled were more different from one another than a dozen of us so-called normal people, right? That the issue is not how to deal with a category. It's how to differentiate individual differences in body, brain, and mind, and notice how does this person relate to the world, which is something that families, direct support people have a better handle on a lot of the time than people who spend less time with somebody.
Labeling kind of creates a reductionism on the people's experience, and that we cannot really meet them when we think in labels, and that in order to be genuine and authentic and create real relationships, we have to go beyond labeling and beyond this wording that is very common to use.
But I think it's even a little bit more than that. It's that we have to embrace uncertainty, because it isn't just diagnostic labels. Any of us can get caught in a limiting story, right? That's one of the reasons that I'm kind of interested in the idea of citizenship as a way to think about, as one horizon to think about, not in the sense of voting and holding a passport, though those are fine too, but in the sense of being a contributing community member. One of my colleagues in Australia is I just got a report from them today. They're doing a research effort into describing the contributions that people with intellectual disabilities and autism make to community life. Right? So they're trying to say the horizon is contributing citizenship, not just being comfortable. The most common error is...
Συγγνώμη, σταμάτησε η προβολή του βίντεο. Μπορείτε να το πάμε λίγο πίσω και να το παίξουμε ξανά.
Given
Συγγνώμη για αυτή τη μικρή τεχνική δυσκολία. Νομίζω θα λυθεί σύντομα. Εμείς το βλέπουμε εδώ, σε αυτές τις μικρές οθόνες. Πάνω που έχουμε αρχίσει να μπαίνουμε στο νόημα.
doing a research effort into describing the contributions
Ξεκίνησε το βίντεο.
that people with intellectual disabilities and autism make to community life. Right? So they're trying to say the horizon is contributing citizenship, not just being comfortable. The most common error is to underestimate what people are capable of, given some mindfulness about the shape of their environment. We saw unpredicted and unpredictable growth in people as simply a function of opportunity.
And when we try to and when we want people to, to live a good life and explore the possibilities in front of them, sometimes also facing risk. And yes, the question is it's about risk and choice and how this can be balanced.
We're scared, and the scaredness makes us mindless. We're not thinking about individual people. We're thinking about how would that look to our funder? How would that look to the people who grant us the right to do this work? How would this look to a court if we got sued? That's just a failure. Women with intellectual disabilities have a much higher probability of being sexually abused than non-disabled women do. That's a simple fact, I think. And so it's something we keep bringing into but for me, the answer is, how can this person be more resilient? How can this person be stronger? And that often isn't a simple, here's the technique that fixes it. It's more like, what kinds of opportunities make sense for this person and how do we pursue them? It's a matter of setting and role matching with interest and capability, with a big Seymour Saracen proviso that we're almost certain to underestimate the person's capability given that role in that setting, right? And this idea of the power of roles is a really useful one for me. For years and years and years, in North America anyway, planning was a group of professionals getting together, often without you there, without your voice, without anything but reductions of you to the psychologist reports, the occupational therapist reports, the physical therapist reports, the psychiatrist report, the social workers report, and then your fate would be determined, right? And mostly it was, everything's fine. Let's keep doing what we're doing. Just continue with the usual orders. So that's nonsense, because we're not trying to fix, we're not trying to cure pathologies. We're trying to support people to have a good life, and there's a place in that for services, and there's a place in that for professional support. What I really want is a service that doesn't take over my life, a service that begins from who I am. So that's the kind of service I want, one where people are learning with me. What does she need in order to thrive in this context? What does bring the good things of life to this person? What does it take from us?
Πραγματικά έθεσε
In a very short time, he has presented the questions that are at the core of what we're discussing, meaning the good life of the people with disabilities. What was lacking? Well, what was lacking was our own belief, our own persuasion that those persons have a right in life. What was lacking was the power. And when there is this impulse for life, all the obstacles, such as reservations and fears, may be overcome. And it is the right to a good life that is the important. And Mrs. Kalopesis is exactly going to talk us about this right to a good life. He has been responsible during 17 years. The title of his intervention is A Good Life and Not a Mere Existence. Vasilis, I believe you're going to present us very interesting things.
Ναι. Λοιπόν, γεια σας και από μένα.
Thank you for being here. Hello. As you understand, it is very hard for me to take the floor to speak after this very wise and sweet person, John O'Brien, who has talked to us in his video beginning from the 70s. He had already begun in the 70s to talk about the rights and the empowerment of the people with disabilities in the USA. But I would like to insist on some of the beautiful things John O'Brien has said, and I shall begin by his initial position that sets the entire framework of our discussion. We address ourselves to him as a pioneering person, and right from the beginning, he says that the real pioneer is not myself. The real pioneers are the persons with disabilities themselves and their families. And we came when we were asked by those persons, when those persons asked for something more than just a facility. We came to support them. And in these very, very simple terms, he explains what self-advocacy is. There are a lot of messages sent by this video to us today, the Greek professionals, politicians who are in this room. A lot of us were involved in the procedure to close with all those issues in Greece, to close the big structures and create small houses in the community. Those facilities sometimes do not differ enough by the institutions. And sometimes they keep on segregating people based on a label, on the label of their diagnosis, which is nothing more than a limiting intellectual construct. Talking about a good service, John O'Brien speaks about a service that is not devaluating people. The service is planning with them and not for them. The service learns by them, and it doesn't get control of their lives. It is also interesting to hear him introducing us in the notion of the citizenship. This is a term that is sometimes difficultly translated into Greek. We're talking about citizenship. So those people are recognized as citizens having their own contributions in the community. This way of thinking opens us in a wholly, totally different horizon. And I also refer to something else that has been said by John O'Brien to make a bridge with my own presentation, meaning that the key for us today is to keep the impulse alive, the desire that gave birth to this association, and not just to keep saying that everything is okay. And a part of this path has to do with embracing uncertainty, as he said. Embrace uncertainty. An interesting life always has a portion of uncertainty. This is exactly about what I would like to talk today. The difference between a good life and mere existence. And if I would like to describe with a simple sentence my job during all those years in Το Πέταγμα, I would say it is exactly this effort to go against this trend of services, which is growing the more they get organized. So this trend to standardize the lives of people and not make it alive, make it something else, mere existence, survival, I don't know how to qualify it. My effort during all those years was to fight against those forces coming from different sides, but try to make the lives of people not a normal life. As Mr. Moscholio said in the beginning, all persons, either disabled or not, we have just one life to live, and we have the right to live it fully. But to make it, we need a core of principles that shall guide us in this very often very demanding path. And we need to make sure whether we implement those principles and whether we trespass over them. Those principles are universal ones, simple ones. It's the ones you see on this slide. Can we offer to those people a home they feel their own? Do those people have contributions, options? Do they have the right to self-determine? Do they participate in the life of the community? Do they have physical, social relationships? Is our service flexible enough in order to adjust to the needs of those people? Let us examine those principles individually now. The first very important principle is to support the peoples in order for them to live in homes and houses, not in facilities, as we call them. I've made a relevant discussion with Mr. Stamatis, and I think that it would be very correct to change legally the term and not talk about facilities, but homes, houses of assisted living. What is a home? We all know what is a home. Home is, put very simply, a place where we feel relaxed, calm, a place where we can be ourselves, a place in which, after coming back from a hard day's work, we can say, this is my home, I feel nice being in it. This is how we need to operate those homes. We support those people so that may live in spaces, in homes that are similar to the ones in which live people who are not disabled, in small apartments of 4 people, without any labels saying that there are some kind of different people living in there. No. Home is where you have your own room that you have accommodated as you like, which is not the same as the one of other people. In your home, you may participate. You're not a resident of a hotel. You go to cook without wearing an apron and gloves. I remember in a presentation I had shown a relevant picture, and there was a criticizing comment to me saying, yes, but the beneficiary here is not wearing his apron. Home is a place where there are no surveillance cameras monitoring you 24 hours a day, somewhere where you needn't lie in order to sleep at 9 o'clock. Even if you don't feel like it, is a place where you call friends to throw in a party that may last until late. Home is a place where you are being listened to, and you may talk in a relaxed manner with your own folk. You may disagree, you may agree, you may even have a fight, talk loudly. You may even cry. This is not characterized as provocative and hard behavior, difficult behavior. Another important ingredient of το πέταγμα is that we want people to have a control over their lives and to contribute, not to be passive recipients of services. We know very well that those skills of self-advocacy do not come naturally always in people with disabilities. This part is going to be analyzed by my colleague, Mrs. Haidemenaki. I'd just like to say one simple thing. What I often say to our staff, to our employees, when I see some behaviors of underestimation towards our residents, I say to them that your employer is not the mother, nor the father, or nor the BOD. Your real employer is the person you have in front of you, the person with disabilities. And in the end, if we really want to see the big picture, when we talk about options and control, we need to understand this continuum of strength and power that lies underneath. And to answer to this question, where are decisions taken and by whom? Is it the entity that supports the people, or from yourself and your own people, your family, your parents, the people who care about you? The passage, the transit from institutionalized care to a life in the community is basically a change of mentality, of perception. It's a transit of power from an impersonal system of care and the passage of this strength to the people themselves. And the role, an important role, this transition is played by professionals. If we want to talk about respect, inclusion, rights, and all those nice things, we need to be ready to go beyond our pedestal of authority and to serve a new role, the role of the facilitator, the role of the advocate, to let go our authority, our knowledge, to mix it with reality and to keep what's really important for the people, for the person with disabilities and for communities. This is the hard part. Another important principle has to do with life in the community. We need to operate a clear distinction. It is different to exist in the community, and it's a different thing to participate in the community. People may, spatially talking, live in houses that are integrated, but nonetheless feel solitude and exclusion. We seek to provide opportunities to our residents so that they may participate in groups, in local organisms, to use the resources and the potential that is offered by the community. They're every day in the vicinity, in the neighborhood. They go shopping, they go in the flea market, they go to church, they go to tavernas, museums, cinema, theaters, local swimming pools, a municipal center of activities as well. All these things have been limited a lot during the pandemic, but we need to reopen ourselves to the opportunities that are provided to us. Participation in the community for us means that the person is recognized as a unique individual, not as a label, not as a consumer of welfare services or of a charity service. And we always feel very well when we go out in the neighborhood with the people we support, and those people are greeted by members of the community. We shall see a very nice example afterwards that shows in a very funny way our relationships with the community. And we have a very strange perception about security sometimes.
Δεν πειράζει, θα πω μια ιστορία που δεν χρειάζεται.
So I shall tell you a story without need of any video. There is this illusion that security is a result of a closed, totally controlled environment. There's nothing could be more wrong than this perception. Security, safety is a result of opening. Let me give you a small example. In our house, we are supported in New Paraskevi. We had hired a new girl as a member of our staff. And at a certain point in time, a neighbor who lives at the second floor called me. And I need to say that when we first got there, he didn't want to see us. So he called me. After some years, we got more close to one another. And he called me and he said, that girl was walking in the street with a resident. She was 3 meters ahead of him, looking at her mobile phone, and there was almost a car accident involving your resident. I couldn't have got this information by anybody else. That person was dismissed by our service. This is the perception that provides us with security. Those are people who care. In our entourage, security doesn't mean put all those people into a house with surveillance cameras. This is where the worst things may take place.
Ναι, θα συνεχίσω εγώ τώρα, ναι, ακάθεκτος, ας πούμε. Το βίντεο θα το παίξω μετά, μόλις τελειώσει το... Ένα άλλο βασικό...
Another important ingredient of our approach is that we value relationships, which are key for a good life. Bob has spoken about it. John O'Brien has spoken about it. So the first important thing is that people need to maintain the already existing relationships. People have families, they have friends, they have partners, they have old schoolmates. They didn't land from the moon. So it's important to keep those relationships alive. Those relationships cannot be substituted by paid staff, but paid personnel, paid staff can facilitate their maintenance as well as the creation, the establishment of new relationships. To do this, we follow a methodology which is called circles of friends. There is a specific methodology on how to create a network for a person with disabilities. And on our side, we have relevant material in the framework of a project. This material is translated into Greek, and it's worthwhile to have a look on it. Here are some photos from the networks that have been created that really make a difference in people's lives. And let me end with another characteristic, important principle of our services. It has already been said, services need to be flexible and be adjusting around people. And we needn't adjust people to our own, to the needs of the services. In the common European guidelines regarding the transition from institutionalized care to care provided in the local communities, which is a very nice policy text that I recommend you to read, there are 3 characteristics on what is an institution. The third characteristic says that an institution is where the requirements of the entity tend to have priority versus the requirements of individuals and the needs of individuals. A tool that is helping us to put into practice this transition is self-centered approach. We have an individual approach with which we proceed, and this is renewed every 6 months, this individual plan. Those individual plans make exactly this, focusing on the contributions of these people. All these things I have said and I have finished, you shall say it by the persons themselves with video I shall be showing you. Thank you.
Είναι κρίμα που δεν παίζει το βίντεο.
Such a shame this video cannot be shown, really. Or at least you can follow there. Well, this is my own room and that's where I sleep. And this is my very own brand new computer. These are my own software programs. We're all cooking together and we're all eating together. We do eat everything together. It's not hot water, this is cold water. Well, I did that. I prepared it myself. I was able to cut the greens. Well, you know, I did what I could. Then I set the table. But I had to also ask from my brother to help me. But my brother was very busy where we lived. He had to work from daylight to dawn. So all I could do is wait. But here I'm much happier. You know, I'm surrounded by good people. I got nice people. We meet from Monday to Friday. We also watch films together. But you know, sometimes it's so funny and I love it. It's as if I went to a cinema. Such a nice experience.
Big. Big. Bravo.
Good job. Bravo. Watch me. Watch me. Watch what I'm doing. Good job. Very good. Well done. Good job, Yanni. This is so beautiful. Just pick your color. Oh, well, keep up the good job. You're doing fine. Well done. You're a born artist. I didn't know you were so good with colors. Happy birthday to you, Yanni. Blow the candles all at once in a single blow. Come on, blow it off. Thank you, Vasilis. Thank you dearly indeed. That has been a very enlightening presentation. You were able to share things and moments with us, but what we will retain from all that is that what used to be innovation, the key word when we first started, when each association and partner started, we did much more than that. We've gone a long way. Now every person with disability in this country will have a right to life. That was already something very novel when it started, but as we go along. This novelty is part of our day-to-day routine. There is life, not just survival, just the way Vasily said. And just as Mrs. Rania Yagopoulou, the chairperson, says, many minds nurture many different ideas. I say many minds put in place to engender new ideas. The limits are, the constraints are limited, and we're happy to see Yanis, Eric, and Maria on the task. Thank you for opening up your house through this video, and we were able to see how you live. I saw dwellers that are having a nice time. They are quite simply happy. So congratulations to Pέταγμα, congratulations to all your partners. Mrs. Ioannou, be strong, and I wish you the best. So since innovation is now a day-to-day reality, the time has come for us to hear it from Mrs. Lukia Hedemenaki, a psychologist of the Pέταγμα Association. She will be dealing and elaborating on self-advocacy. Let us see whether the voice of these children are heard. Good morning, or perhaps good afternoon, to be European in the way we address ourselves to the audience, this being past 12 hours noon. I'm calling about technicians to be of help. We'll try to make do. Anyway, so, dear friends, I'm here to talk to you about self-advocacy. What a term! Heavy in meaning. My title would be, I'm being heard, so I exist. It's something simpler, but that is a way we explain ourselves to others, self-advocates. And this is my way to start this presentation by telling you that it is by far not something self-evident that we can express when we want. Sometimes we don't even know what we want. It is not so easy to tell our partners, our employers, our parents, all the more so when it comes to people working for a service. Try to think about the Social Security service. I am found with my hands tied when I address myself to the Social Security services. I don't know. I feel overwhelmed by the load of bureaucracy. Not easy to explain. All the more since we deal with people who are so overloaded by things and missions, and we know that here we are, and our common denominator is our care for those people of ours we mean be able to live well. That's the basis of our approach. I'm happy to see that my screen is now working. So self-advocacy, it is about acknowledging, expressing oneself, communicating, deciding, and participating, including living the active citizenship, how to be an active citizen of this community. Let me say that self-advocacy, just as my colleague before me said, is a fundamental factor acknowledged both by the WHO and others as relevant to the quality of a care service. Because, you know, fine, we set up a house all these years, us and so many other associations set up houses, but how to make a house a home, and how can we make of someone happy in that home? This is by far not something obvious. To put it simply, I would like to wear these clothes. It is my wish that my room be arranged in this way. I want to go to the swimming pool. I don't want to be brought to the swimming pool. I want to stay home. These are desires, wishes, or needs expressed in our day-to-day life at home, and this home is the facility wherein we dwell. These are things about one's personal protection, personal and mental. I don't like the way you talk to me. I don't like you to tell me what to do. I don't want you to raise your voice at me. Those things one might, should be able to express. And when the title of my intervention is I'm being heard, therefore I exist, being heard is symbolic. There are many ways whereby one can be heard, and it's our mission to make it happen. Personal protection, this is a very critical skill for all to be able to speak about it. And of course, one should be able to pursue one's rights and consolidate them both socially and within a house. And one should also be familiar with one's obligations, because obligations that are and exist within any house. Rights and entitlements. I want to have my own money and be able to buy things I want. I would like to be able to manage my money supported by those who usually support others. Also very important if one is to feel truly free. By far not self-evident, and there are so many challenges in the way. Another very important issue, therefore, to tackle, having to do with the fact that we live in difficult moments, at least in Greece. The social stigma and the stereotypes that the society has bestowed upon people with disabilities are awful. The problem, the hazardness of the hazard that is to communicate black and white, bad or good. And this is the way the entire mental health is structured, what with the diagnosis, with things being structured vertically and not horizontally. These are mental constructions, intellectual ones. We have come up with them. It is an agreed thing, clinical classification system. So what, as you know, is part of a narrative socially. Yes, this is a retarded child. This is an autist, but a very kind person nevertheless. Why nevertheless? Why this nevertheless? This is the nevertheless we should be tackling. All this perception, this reflection rather, leads to a lack of adaptation and infrastructures that would allow otherwise people to participate, have adapted information and adapted infrastructure for people to be part of what they deserve. Another trap within which we fall, professionals and families alike, not to mention services, is hyper protection. We are over concerned, and maybe we are entitled to, but the point is how to strike a balance between safety and choice. Meaning, where does risky situations stop and the risk starts to be evaluative? This is critical for the development of personality of any person. Hence the need for one to come of age. Yes, indeed, there is such thing as coming of age. It's about making choices and how one speaks about things one wants and desires for one's voice to be heard. And let me also say this. The issue of hazardness is a perception upon which the entire institutional constraint and repression, psychiatrically speaking, is relying. The potential risk for the person or the society. The entire perception without truly having to do with things that are truly pernicious. So somewhere, somehow, there should be a kind of assessment for people to be able to evolve. And let us also put on the table the issue about the legislative framework at the UN level for these persons, the psychosocial disability as a notion created by the society is an extra burden on the shoulders of people dubbed psychosocial disability. Let me read into this. Let me first locate these quotes. The speaker says, so psychosocial disability is the experience of transgression of the autonomy, the trespassing of dignity, or the refusal by services because of stereotypes on disabled persons to allow them to take part in the decision-making affecting their lives. Yet another construction, and it is quite a burden. All these are bound to lead us to another level, because self-advocacy can be challenging and not obvious, because the entire perception leads to what we dub as a self-stigmatization, by that bringing about all the perception and incorporating it and mentally, behaviorally, bring it to another level. We see people being hesitant to speak about what they want, especially when confronted with those that have the power, professionals, families, services. The empower those that use the jargon, making it impossible for people to communicate, for example. So in a way, I decide to use a imperceptible language and make myself not understood. Hence the low self-esteem amongst people who no longer wish to speak up, and they are repressing their initiatives. All these are consequences of how we perceive people. Eventually, there's also the issue of communication itself. We need to be able to adjust at all levels, depending on the people we're dealing with. Once again, it is the need of being heard, so I exist. So there needs to be a way for one to be able to speak in a different way, for someone to be able to sit at a place where one can be seen. So maybe I need to move and be within one's visual field, or be able to be touched, allow myself to be touched so that someone can understand. And in this way, I can put forward one's message if this someone is unable to talk. So by whom and for whom are decisions made? This automatically leads us to wonder about the role of the specialist, be it a professional, a service. Decisions are made by a person and one's family, perhaps, or by myself, because that's the way I think things should be done. Specialist as an advocate, which totally changes the way we perceive a service, a different support model. The infallible specialist should be an enabler, the one who helps a voice be transmitted, becomes a loudspeaker. Let me tell you that whoever we may be and whichever the origin, as professionals have been trained and initiated in the art of knowing. I'm able to know. The entire identity of ours, professional and personal, relies on knowledge. Things here should be different, and that's the way they should be. We should be shifting away from our positions. Instead of knowing before you, let's say learning from you. Rather than deciding for you, let us have you decide and tell me what I need to do for a co-production to be ensured. These are things relevant to one's life. The passive beneficiary of a service, beneficiary being a term we euphemistically have chosen to use, now should be someone who is able to contribute, not just benefiting from, but also giving back something to one's co-inhabitants or the community. That's the way one becomes an active citizen. Abolishing hierarchies. All this leads to that, boiling down to how we can create an equal relationship. And rather than sin balance, we're looking each other into the eyes. That's the way the transition is obtained from the institutional culture to out of institution support. That's part of the culture of an organization, how we think and how we're meant to work. So self-advocacy can be experienced in a variety of ways. Let's see how this happens in real life. Those who know me know I love and favor these graphs. This is my way of trying to highlight the importance of self-advocacy, not just at the level of houses, but personally, how this is an empowering process, not just about how we learn and acquire knowledge, but how we acknowledge our needs and are feeling empowered in order to express them on a day-to-day basis within the house. This needs to be transmitted to the service as to what it is that makes me happy, what it is that needs to be changed, and in a more ample way, how a professional can be the conveyor of the message about these needs and the changes required for these needs to be implemented, and that these be able to reach decision centers and the community, so as to develop to a cultural community change in reality. Because the role of professionals is not just about individually working with people or within our formal context of activities in a house or at the service. Our mission, rather, is how to bring about change in the community. So, at the level of day-to-day operations, how is it we are doing things? We are putting forward self-advocacy messages. We become self-advocates. We are practicing the being with, being close to people. We are investigating into what we can do with them, through them. We gauge the community for needs, and we totally, constantly change, as we need to know exactly what it is people need at all times. This is definitely exhausting. Our lives could have been easier if we didn't have to do it, but we have to do it. That's the news. All these messages are meant to go through these modules all the way to meetings and interdisciplinary groups, discussed with families and at the administration level for an inner change to happen. Self-advocacy is also about the organization being available and have an eager ear to our needs, how people's lives can be better. Try to think, if I keep on talking forever, as someone who's not listening, most likely I will be reduced back into my own shell, and that's all there is to it. No, this should be an empowering process that starts with a person, but should be also experienced at the organization level and at the community level. And here's a picture I find funny personally, how to fit within a system, or perhaps how to make a system change. A system is a framework of supported accommodation facility. So things we do, and I as a psychologist working within a team definitely support that. Can tell you that every month when we meet, we develop the self-advocacy skills. Thanks to them, we can express ourselves, learn from one another. We ask, we pursue, we demand, and on a day-to-day basis, say about things we like and we hate. Throughout the process, we're using many mediation and art means, trying to also adjust information to the appropriate levels. One of the actions of our team is the calendar we create every year, together with the rest of the dwellers at home, with pictures and texts they themselves have chosen. Yet another action of the team is the video that I would like be shown if possible. And I will be elaborating on that in due course. The speaker says, waiting for the video to be aired. Press here. Can you see? It's a rack. It's for this to start recording. Right. 1, 2, 3. Wow, perfect. You're a born actor. That's what you are, both of you. Born actors. Oh, press on the green now. Oh, the movie is over. 1, 2, 3. What is Fanny doing? She's talking on the phone. What is Fanny doing right now? She's talking on the phone. Press on it. Come on, red. Okay, great, Erika. Good job. What are you doing now? Good job. Bravo. Applauses. My name is Stavroula Politi. I'm so happy to be here. Perfect. Press here now. You see it's red? It means it's on. You're being recorded. Come on. Oh, give me a hug. Yanni, hug. A hug, a hug. Come on, hugs. Give me a hug now. Bravo. Let's go for it. Kissy, funny. You say, oh, we're shooting now. You see? Και εγώ αυτό. Credits: Vasilis, Yannis, Yuli, Erica, Ersi, Thanasis, Leonidas, Manoli, Maria, Stavroula, Fanny, people who were featured in this film. Fanny, how about you? What did you enjoy most? Shooting the video or being part of it? Being part of it. Everyone is an actor here. Do you like movies? A lot. I love movies. I enjoy movies. I like Greek movies. I love Greek movies and others. I love them. And what do we customarily do when in this group? Listening to music, singing a Greek folk song, Greek bouzouki music. And on the screen you see verses of various folk songs of Greece. Say it again, say after me, sing after me. There's only one thing in life, there is no immortality. Those are verses from an old Greek song. Advocacy, self-advocacy group. That was a video we co-created with the rest of the people in there. It was not me doing it. People used the camera for us to be able to go into a process of self-introducing ourselves, and people also became their own producers. They produced their own script. They shoot the various scenes, also acted as actors. They came up with their own scenarios. They saw themselves from the outside, changing hats and capacities. It's a group. It's a team within a structured space for us to be able to develop our self-advocacy skills on a day-to-day basis, enabling us to discuss on things that are of concern to us. Individually, also, we work with people, and some of them use art to express themselves. Art as a means of empowerment, of expression, of communication, of engendering visibility within the community, a choice. Want to be able to introduce oneself as an artist, not as a disabled person. Here's a story by Stavroula and Thanasis participating in this show. We hosted plastic and illustrative arts, art interaction at Technopolis, at the municipality of Athens, some weeks ago. Some of the pieces of work Stavroula was able to attend because Thanasis, unfortunately, was down with COVID at the time. Stavroula was there speaking about the piece of work, her life, her passion for photography. We were able to travel about Athens with Stavroula. We can go together anywhere she pleases for us to take pictures. Through this show, people came to know Stavroula not as a disabled person living in a supported accommodation, rather as an artist. Moments of this show. And in closing, as for this, my voice, my choice, this is important for us to be able to do it day to day. It's not a theoretical construction. It's about what one decides should be done at one's place. That's what we need. It has been very important for Pέταγμα, those people involved in the development of Pέταγμα, people, men and women with a common perception of advocacy. Self-advocates and advocates for people with disabilities are there. That's very crucial. It is very authentic. It speaks straight to the heart. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Thank you, Lucia. This was an excellent approach of self-advocacy. You did not limit yourself to the regulatory framework. You made it clear that self-advocacy means self-determination. When the person expresses their wishes, their desires, when they may choose, when they know they have desires and the right to express them, as is the case in Πέταγμα. So yes, then we may talk about self-advocacy. Now, I give the floor to talk to us about relationships in community. It's given to Mr. Bob Rhodes, founder and director of Lives Through Friends organization.
Is there a button somewhere? Oh, it's on. It's on. That's good. You are astounding. You know, I was taught as a public speaker, you know, never ask any audience to sit and listen and participate for more than 20 minutes. And you've been here for hours. So if you want to sort of stand up and stretch, or you want to, you know, sort of shake your arms, or whatever you need to do to feel better, I think it's just astounding that you're all still here. Are all the government people still here? My experience around the world is that by now the government people have gone, you know? You are the government. Good. Right, okay. So I mentioned earlier, you know, when over the years I've brought loads and loads of experts, people that are acknowledged, you know, people like John O'Brien, people like Alan Mansky, people, you know, whole list of people have come with me. And they've come and visited the houses, and they've said, what is it about this place? Why is it they can do this and we can't? And we're coming from places that have got lots of resources comparatively. And I think the answer is Pέταγma's been able to do it because there's been very little government involvement until recently. You know, I think we've got to be alive to that, and I think people that work in government need to be alive to it. The stuff that I see happening in the European community, although my country is sadly no longer part of it, I see happening in North America, I see happening in Australasia, is all the good stuff being strangled by bureaucracy, by process, by preoccupation with basically what comes down to trading law. You know, you know, I actually had a letter the other day from a Welsh government minister saying, I understand everything that you're saying, Bob, but the problem is we're tied by procurement rules. I'm saying, well, if you can't change them, who's going to? You know, it's really, really important. So I want to sort of unpick that, because I think the warning for Greece as government gets more involved and rightly starts to invest more in the lives of people with learning disabilities and autism is the risk that you'll over-regulate, the risk that you'll stifle innovation, the risk that you'll start to talk about models, the thing that scares the living daylights out of me. The moment that you say, there's a model, there's a way of doing this is how you do it, it's all written down, just follow the rules. My experience in supporting people over half a century is that is the kiss of absolute death. So don't go there. I think what makes Pέταγma different is that essentially Pέταγma is an extension of the family in the community. And the challenge for policy people is, how do we develop policy that recognises that what we do in terms of funding and regulating service needs to be supplementary and really empowers communities and empowers families and empowers citizens, instead of trying to control and command them. In my part of the world, as I've said, and in much of the European community, the market now dominates. And everything is about making certain that there is, fair access for providers, and that everything is seen to be done sort of in a proper way. And that is sort of, that seems to have more importance than what happens to people. And that really, really worries me. Adherence to fair competition rules is hardwired into European policy. I've had a good look at it. We still have it in the UK, despite the fact we're not part of it. And it's really, really worrying. People that set policy need to be really alive to this, because if you're not, you'll make a total and utter mess of things. So I'm going to reinforce that several times, because it's a really silly idea that you can purchase care. You can't purchase love. You can purchase a prostitute, but you can't purchase love, and the real purpose in life is in our relationships, as we've kept reinforcing. John McNice, the guy that some of you will have come across in terms of asset-based community development thinking, basically says, the notion that you can get through life by buying our stuff is just not realistic, but it is the way in which our consumer societies have evolved. So the other thing that's happened for us in the UK, and is happening in other places, is the notion that it's no longer the community and the family's responsibility has led to a rationing of what's available. Despite the fact we had so much more, we ration it, and the further we get into rationing, the further we fail people, the more we delimit, the more that we, this horrible word, needs assess. I stressed earlier that the approach that we've worked with has been, for the last 30 years, how do we get the best life possible, the best life we can imagine for a particular individual? That's not the way our statutory system in the UK operates. The way the statutory system operates, because of its concern with rationing, is, are you disabled enough? Are you in need enough to justify us helping you get your best life? The consequence is that we get half-baked services that fail, and therefore we waste huge amounts of resource. Whereas what I've observed in the work that we do is that what we do ends up, because we work with all the assets, we work with the family, we work with the community, we work with the assets of those communities, actually what we're doing costs less, a lot less. And it also works. So this is really, really important. So from the outset, as I've said, Petaigma's been supporting people and working to support people in the direction of their best imaginable life. And, the real thing that, as I haven't been here for about 5 or 6 years because of COVID and whatever. But when I walked into the houses yesterday, the same thing was there. I walked into an environment where everybody is valued, where everybody is ours, everybody is us. And I think that's really, really important. It's not about needs, it is about the life people want to live. But, the world I've left behind in the UK coming here, I think is moving back in the direction of eugenics. It's a world of them and us. It's a world where we're already seeing policy people talking about, well, why are you talking about individualized services? Surely, we get better economic outcomes by clumping people together in groups. Do you want to be clumped together in groups? No, you don't. So why are we, by definition, if we're going to talk that language, we're talking about people with any form of disability as a subspecies. They're not real human beings if we talk in that way. And we've got to be really clear about that. Now, what I'm not saying is that the people that are doing that are bad people. They're actually really good people when you get to know them. But they're people in my culture now who, as now quite senior civil servants or public servants, have never experienced anything because of our change happened in the late 80s, early 90s, the Mrs. Thatcher era, where, we stopped working with communities and we started assessing people for commodities, assessing people for services, for provision. And we've got a generation of senior people who only ever experienced that. They've never experienced walking the streets, getting to know people within a local community. They don't employ people to do that anymore. The people that are employed to actually manage a process of deciding whether you're eligible for service and then prescribing it. So they don't know how to work with families anymore. They don't know how to work with communities. They don't know how to actually, if you like, make it up as you go along, which is what real life is about. So, we need to put that in the context of something that even our politicians in the UK now have appreciated. This goes back to 2013. I'm just going to read you a quote from a government committee. It was the House of Lords Public Services Committee, which is our upper house, that actually basically checks out the legislation that MPs want to take forward. And they were saying in 2013, this committee remains concerned that the government's proposals prioritise competition to the detriment of collaboration among providers of public services, give insufficient recognition to the important role played by the voluntary sector, fail to promote expertise in commissioning, and do not align with the Health and Social Care Bill. The Health and Social Care Bill basically talked about communities and families and citizenship. Now, the reason, as I've said, that committee was able to say that about our legislation, which wasn't bad legislation, was very straightforwardly because the competition regulations overwhelm everything else. And currently I'm working with the EU to challenge them about the fact that competition regulations overwhelm everything else in terms of all the social policy they're developing. So just let's be alive to that. So that's the policy bit. I was also asked to make some comments about advocacy and what it is. So what is it? Is it a consumer satisfaction tool? Is it a safeguarding thing? Is it, as it is in so many parts of my country, a minimally funded put in place that fosters the public image that people who receive public services or services of any sort have a voice and can influence and so on? Certainly in our setting, it's become a career for a lot of people. So I'd be sort of careful about that. I just happen to be a director of and the current co-chair. I co-chair alongside somebody who's a self-advocate of the All Wales People First movement, and we're the organisation that advises Welsh Government basically on behalf of and with people with learning disabilities. What we say, not what I say, but what people with learning disabilities and autism in Wales say is self-advocacy is reflected when this is what they say of themselves: I want to be someone who says what they think and feel, someone who speaks up for the things they believe in, someone who knows and crucially understands their rights and responsibilities, someone who takes responsibility in as far as I can for my own life, someone who, with help, makes decisions that affect my life, someone who helps to improve my life and the life of others, someone who tries to change the way things are done. Now, that's the challenge, I think. That's, for me, is the definition of self-advocacy. We've had to say, after, this organisation has been running for 30 or 40 years, and I meet quite frequently with my co-chair, with the appropriate minister in Welsh Government. In fact, I'm meeting the First Minister in a couple of weeks' time. And we've had to tell them that in Welsh Government, in Wales, even our most accomplished self-advocates, and we've got some very accomplished self-advocates, go unheard. And they're frustrated by a system that can only work with commission providers and offer a set of, or a menu of service options. And a system that's divorced from the relational world of families and communities. This isn't just a disaster for the people affected. It makes, in Wales, we have cracking policies. Absolutely. We have the Social Services and Wellbeing Act, we have the Future Generations Act, that also all talk about the basis of good government and the basis of good service provision being co-production. The basis of everything in Welsh policy looks great. I've just been through the same process in New Zealand. In New Zealand, you're not allowed to talk in policy terms about people's needs anymore. You've got to talk about their wishes and aspirations. Great policies, but incredibly difficult to implement unless you really, really mean it. And we've been working on what is it that you have to do in order that people really mean it. And what we've discovered is that the places where we're making progress are the places where the people that set up the systems, not the people that implement them, but the people that set up the systems actually get and look at the consequences in real terms of the decisions they take and the things they ask other people to do. That involves politicians, and it involves directors of this and that and senior civil servants and whatever, actually going out on the ground and not just going out to visit, but going out to look at people's lives. Now, what we discovered in Wales when we did that in a couple of areas with people with learning disabilities, alongside people with learning disabilities, was essentially people might have been assessed for something in terms of their needs when they were 20 years old, and when they were 50, they were still in receipt of that same package, despite the fact it was totally inappropriate to them. And there was no process for actually working with people, with their families, with their communities, in order to evolve their lives. You know, the system had said, we've done enough when we've placed you, or we found you a day service, or whatever. It's really, really important that co-production, I said earlier about all processes, we're on a journey. We're all on a journey. I'm on a journey. I'm pretty well through it now and being essentially a pensioner, but it's, you know, all the people we support are on a journey, and that journey needs to be assisted or curated as people go. Yeah. So in policy terms, if we're going to talk about self-advocacy and listening to people, we have to have systems that actually support that rather than just play lip service to it. That's a real challenge. But I think it's less of a challenge in Greece than it is in the UK. Because in Greece, you haven't got to unpick something in order to do it in quite the same way that we have. You know, you can make decisions. You can do the right thing. Just to say that also there are some real examples. If you want to look at our website, that's www.lifethroughfriends.org, and you look at the stories on the website, you'll see a story from a guy who's also one of our directors, called Joe Powell. Joe is also the director of All Wales People First. He's also somebody I helped out of a locked institution 11 years ago. Joe's story, if you read it, is a story about how if you instead of saying, what are your needs, Joe has autism, continues to manage his autism, but he's very intelligent, very creative, very able, but his label governed his life. And because of people didn't understand how to work with him, he became allegedly challenging. And the consequence was he spent 11 years locked up, effectively. When I got involved with him, purely because he found an advocate, an independent advocate who challenged his authority, and that because I was already doing work with that authority, they asked me to meet him. I spent 6 months helping Joe to stop being angry, and to get him, over a series of meetings, helping him say what he wanted. He said something which I think is astounding. I don't suppose many of you would say it. He said, "Bob, I want to pay tax." Yeah. And I said, "Yeah, great. Why do you want to pay tax?" Because if I pay tax, I stop being this subspecies. I become a citizen. And then the question was that, "Joe, how are we going to get there? How are you going to get there? What has to happen for you to pay tax?" And he said, "Well, the starting point is, I had my breakdown when I was a teenager. I never completed my education." So we looked at that and we did a bit of negotiating, but he did most of it. I just stood in the background and helped. And he got himself a place in South Wales University. And he got himself a place where they'd agreed that he could take 6 years to get his degree. He actually got it in 4 because he changed his course at the end of the first year. But nobody believed in the system. At the point at which we were planning together, the service provider that he was living with basically told him, "You carry on doing this, Joe, and you'll spend your life in a psychiatric hospital." It's how we see people, isn't it? And it's how we engage people. And, in a sense, it's how we, this sounds incredibly emotional and silly, and it isn't. It's how we fall in love with people. We make that commitment. Now, that's what I see happening. When I walked into Petaigma's houses yesterday, I saw people who'd fallen in love with the people that they support. And that's really, really important. So, in conclusion, just want to reinforce this again. Loving, caring, and reciprocal relationships are fundamental to human life. And they should be the absolute foundation upon which service systems are based. If relationships are not on the base of the way in which you structure your service assumptions, then I think we're going to get things wrong. A meaningful advocacy can only take place in an environment where the system is, I'll use my notes, brilliantly led by passionate and I can't say this word, tireless families, people that don't get tired, people that are tenacious. Indefatigable is the English word, and I can't even get it out. Steeped in humanistic values, open to review and constant learning. I said it earlier, I'll say it again. If you think you know what you're doing, and that is the point to start worrying. My experience is I've been doing this for more than half a century, and every year I learn something, a lot of new things. My views change, the framework we work with changes. There's going to be a real challenge for Petaigma. It's 20 years now. The families that set it up, many of them are my generation and older. So there's a challenge about how the baton gets handed on. But going back to my first point, please keep reminding your government that they need not to treat care and support as a commodity. It's not a marketplace. It grows out of families, it grows out of communities, it needs to be supported by really skilled people. And that care is always founded on relationship. So just remember that, and that's, we'll get on fine. That's great. Thanks ever so much.
Το μικρό teaser, το νούμερο 6 πιστεύω είναι...
Well, this number 6, I think, Mr. Dino. just a short video production highlighting precisely this, the relationship between people and the community. Where are we going? Well, I'm going to see to this grandpa across the street. Really? And the granny as well? Yeah, the granny. Hello. Hi. But for you, we made it with Ella, where we hear the little boys and girls laugh and we're so happy. You know, it's like them giving life to us, the way they yell and cheer up about. So refreshing. That's Erika. Fine, very good. So you want to have a chicken, medium grilled and in 4 portions. Erika to us is just another customer, and even better, a good customer. And when it comes to service, politeness is for us something to be appreciated, and we appreciate Erika's kindness, politeness. She's very courteous, so she deserves to be served better and in priority. She always comes here with a smile, with friends. Maria and Thanasis, together with Mr. Vasily, we meet with them almost daily. It's a pleasure. I believe this video is quite telling, much more than we say. It shows in action how integration happens. When something happens in reality, it's truly worthy. And what we're doing is not just good for people with disability, it's good for everyone. This person working at this butcher's shop is becoming a better person, and the community is also benefiting. It's something that's good for all, not just for people with disabilities. Of Granny out there, and we missed the latter part because we brought some cookies. She brought back cookies, so cookies given, cookies taken back. This give and take, me bringing the tray to Granny across the street, and pastry goes in, cookie comes back. This is not something you read in a textbook. It's something that happens, and that's the whole value of it, the true value of it. Now, if there are any questions, I believe that when it comes to so enriching a session, so passionate and substantial, self-advocacy, the quality of life, and also this happening in action, hopefully this action will be an example to be imitated for other actions as well, other activities, and even to motivate people to create more houses of this kind. You know, society is learning from our children, our dwellers, our people, and children are also learning from them. Now, if there are any questions, observations, you name it. We'll be grouping questions if there are more than one, and then we'll be answering them collectively. Good afternoon. My name is Ioanna Constantia. I am a cousin of Erica's. By the way, I've been following your activities for the last 20 years. Here's a question. Against a COVID backdrop, what was the impact in your community? And the very fact you have your own houses and you dwell there integrally without having to share premises with anyone else in a block of flats. Vasily said that the behavior is specific and the way the staff is also sometimes very critical, and some people said that some of the staff are not that careful when walking in the street. Now focus is on safety. You said that now neighbors are whistleblowers as well. How do you experience this in practice? Thank you for the question. The first part about COVID, of course, we've been affected just as it was for everyone. We went a long way in the effort to maintain lives interesting and not boring. We had to bring much of the activity we practiced outside within the house. We made an effort. It was challenging to maintain relationships alive. We worked out over Zoom videos, telephone, and other means in order to keep people close together. And I truly believe that if anything, we were able to experience it positively. We didn't see anyone losing from all that, but it was a difficult period. They grant you that much. That's what we did. We had to repatriate, if I may use a term of such some activities from the outside world into the inside. Now, the major wager is how not to get stuck in remaining locked down and go out again. We've started becoming extroverted once again. We're open to experiences and opportunities on the outside world. As to what you said about safety and the fact that autonomous houses without supervisors is a challenge. Well, it happens. One of the houses is like this. The other house is part of a block. But we're always in contact with people in the neighborhood. We maintain relationships and we keep on doing so. We will never stop doing it. We're not losing this from sight. These houses are part of a neighborhood. They're not isolated up on a mountain. We're surrounded by friends, neighbors. This is something we keep. I don't think we'll be shooting away from this model. It's very fundamental to us. It's one thing to maintain at all cost. Thank you very much. Please, brief questions. We have fallen way behind time. We're 1 hour late. Just two questions, no more than that. My name is Angelina Artopoulou. I'm a psychologist and in charge of one of the 4 houses of the Alkyoni Association in the town of Nafpaktos. Grasping the opportunity offered by that video showing people producing films and the effusiveness, you do understand that in this field of sexuality, these persons are having a difficult time. Well, whether they express new behaviors because of some urges that are emerging, or because they have some learned behaviors. So my question is, how do you manage this touching part? Whom I touch, whom I caress, if I caress, whom I touch, how I touch, and all this embracing the hugs and everything, how do you support it and manage it? How do you monitor it eventually? Can I have your question as well before answering? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this invitation. I don't know whether you've had this experience. I will be recounting, namely how self-advocacy might be transformed or translated when there are issues relevant to one's protecting oneself from one's own urges, self-infliction of wounds or self-injury or overeating or whatever. I will start with the answers before Lucia takes over. Well, I believe that it would be good to have a magical answer to be valid for everything, but there is no one fit all answer. Each person has a different way of being touched or touched. The point is, do you understand the others? Do you really know whether this touch will be perceived appropriately? I'm a member of staff. My entire support I'm building on the relationship I make with people. I know when there is someone that should not be touched, or if a touch might be perceived differently. Just as there are people I can hug without any second thoughts being engendered. There is no rule as to how one is touched. Otherwise, it would be dramatically restrictive, wouldn't it? We need to be fully empathetic when people might perceive being touched as something different from what we mean. That's what I mean. If I may also give an answer, I fully agree, of course. I believe that you are raising different issues relevant to the protection, abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse, and so on. So the issue of how we touch and how we liaise with people is quite typical of one's culture, and also it is relevant to one's personal features and how we establish relationships. And as to the latter, it depends on how each one is meant to express one's affection or feelings vis-a-vis others. Within the staff, we do discuss about what we touch and what we don't. It's not something that is self-evident. We always discuss it and negotiate it, and as to what it means to be touched, who is allowed to touch me, and all this is also afferent to self-advocacy. This is something we discuss with people separately at the level of a group or otherwise. But once again, I believe we don't need to make of it a clinical issue, this effusiveness and expressiveness of people. Further, also saying that many times we speak about people with a very limited verbal expression skill. A fundamental way for them to express themselves is so, therefore, the body. If we restrict that, we mutilate these people. We deprive them of the possibility to express themselves. And it takes quite a lot of training and education and empathy. And to give an answer to the latter of the questions, there has been a question about self-advocacy in case of self-injury and so on. I believe what you're asking is about the way each one of us expresses one's anxieties and difficulties. Each one of us has its own special way. That's why we see the individual one is expressing oneself. Here there's a stress to be reckoned with. I've seen people crushing themselves furiously under stress. Sometimes we need to verbalize what it means for people. Once we get to understand this with them, without meaning processing it together at the collective level. If we're speaking about the structure part of skills, good self-presentation, and the rest, this is another issue. Hopefully you got your answer. Mr. Karapisis, if you may, a very brief answer to that. Provocative behaviors are in themselves a message. We need to decipher it. All these provocations, these provocative behaviors, challenging ones, are a message to be deciphered. Perhaps Bob wishes to say something about it. Bob?
I was just going to say, in my day-to-day work, just about everything we're associated with currently is associated with the institutionalization and people who've had incredibly traumatic experiences. A very significant number of those people are on the spectrum as well, probably more than 60% of the people we're currently working with. The long and the short of it is that there isn't a great deal of clinical expertise around that supports support providers. And we've found it in the UK. I don't know what the situation is like here, But we found it really, really important to be pretty selective and to find people that can work with us creatively around self-destructive and also other forms of allegedly challenging behaviour. Because 90% of what we're dealing with are people who are traumatized and they're stressed out of their sight. And the last thing they need is to be misunderstood in respect of their stress. And the last thing they need as well is to have people around them that are stressed. So we have to work on, de-stressing staff teams working in those environments, as well as enabling people, particularly people on the spectrum, to learn to self-regulate better. So it is a very professional issue. And it's an area where, unfortunately, the behaviourist sort of movement has really done a lot of damage, I think. It's more complicated than that.
Thank you very much. Ο κύριος Λιμβαίος, παρακαλώ. Μια ερώτηση.
And one more question, maybe positioning by Mr. Limnaeus. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. All of my appreciation goes to the panel and Pέταγμα for this opportunity to be here. Mine is not a question, but building on what you said, say something about what I've heard. Starting from the lady of the panel, Mrs. Henenaki made an excellent presentation in juxtaposing the health-centered approach of our children and how they should be according to the individual model. Let me say something. I'm underscoring the fact that self-advocacy is the central pillar of the International Convention of the UN in the matter of people with disabilities. For a disabled person to be able to express oneself and to be given the right and to have these rights satisfied is the quintessence of the convention, and this is the main goal of associations like Pέταγμα in all actions taken. Straight on to our guest, Mr. Rhodes. I truly rejoice in seeing him here once again. Mr. Rhodes, just one comment, and I avoid comments, but I'm feeling tempted to make it. Maybe we should be reminding the government, and indeed it's very correctly said, but for all of us here, I'd like to say this. Our mission, that of parent associations of the disabled people movement, is not to remind, is not to nudge. It is like a bee buzzing around the ears of the politicians, because a bee is there to also listen, remember, but also make people listen, remember, and be afraid of the stinging. This bee also makes honey through the house, thanks to the day centers, the ongoing support of our children. Dear Vasilis Kalopisis, the incident with the neighbor who communicated to you what the staff member did and her omission, her misdemeanor, and what Eric did with the butcher. Let me use this term. How our children socialize the community on disability issues. I think this is quite telling of the need for the establishment of social networks around every house, around every structure created and where people with disabilities dwell. This is truly the secret to success of the entire venture. I'm closing with my dear friend Thanos, our moderator for this panel. Dear Thanos, you did say that what happened some 20 years ago is an innovation by those frustrated people in despair, dreamers, visionaries, you name it, parents, because it was parents that made it happen. So this is not just a novelty. This is not an innovation, it's not about the right to life. Here we're speaking about the right to life safely, decently, and also the right to choice. What the parents did with these supported accommodation facilities some 20 years ago is an echo of the International Convention of the UN entering in effect in 2006, being ratified 2 years later by Greece, transposed in the internal law, and actually the A to Z guideline to the policies of each company. So this is something very crucial. It is the quintessence of the right to life. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you all. I'd like to ask Mr. Sedemenaki to also share with us the result of the online poll. No, not now. I'd like to have the projector fixed. The projector will be ready for the next session. So if we're done with this panel, and after thanking you all, there will be a 45 minutes break only for a light lunch. And please also wear your badges to be served.
Χαίρετε και πάλι.
Good afternoon. Please take your seats so that we may begin with the third thematic unit.
Εγώ τα άφησα στη Μαρία, γιατί ήταν εδώ και εκεί. Δεν πειράζει, τα μάζεψα, είναι μαζεμένα. Είμαστε εντάξει. Και το στυλό σου. Τρίτη ενότητα, η οικογένεια.
Entitled Families as Natural Allies. And we have already in our panels the moderator of the unit, Mr. Omiros Emanuelidis, Chairman of the Panhellenic Association of Parents and Guardians of Mentally Disabled Children. And the speakers shall be Mrs. Penny Papanikolapoulou, Clinical Psychologist, Scientific Council of the NGO TACT Hellas, Mr. Al Etmansky, parent, activist, author. We shall be hearing him. Mrs. Kiki Christodoulou, mother, and member of the board of directors of the association Το Πέταγμα, and on behalf of the brothers, siblings, Πέταγμα Bros, we have Betty Mandadaki, a psychologist, and Mrs. Athina Hioti. I would like to ask Mr. Emalouilidis to begin his presentation. Good afternoon. This wonderful trip with a small delay. We shall try to respect the time. Thank you, Mrs. Ioannou, the family of Mrs. Ioannou, who has honored me in order to and asked me to moderate this panel with such illustrious speakers and a very interesting title. The most important title I bear is that I'm a sibling, a brother of a person with disabilities. I'd like to ask Mrs. Papanikolopoulou to take the floor. I have so much to say about her. I shall try to be brief. You all know her, a clinical psychologist. She has been a scientific director in the foundation Theotokos, scientific responsible of TACT Elas NGO, and a chairman of an entity for people with disabilities, external partner of the university. You have the floor. Thank you. It is an honor to be here, I hope. Did you have coffee after dinner in order not to fall asleep? Did you have your coffee after lunch? When it was announced to me that we shall be celebrating 20 years of our association, I began thinking to myself, which are those parameters, those factors that are the characteristics of this specific parent group. From my experience with them, having participated in meetings, BOD meetings, after all those years, and I thought it was resilience. I believe we already heard this word, that we need to acquire resilience. As you very well know, mental disability, intellectual disability is a state, a situation which is confronted to a lot of challenges. I'm not going to talk about difficulties, education, socialization, family balance that is needed to go ahead. We may talk about resilience at an individual level, at the level of a parent group, but also at the family level. The issue of resilience is huge. What is psychological resilience? We are talking about people who have become lifetime carers. During all their lives, they take care of their children or their child. What are the characteristics that these people, these caretakers, need to have in order to create and take care of people with disabilities? The parents are called to overcome a lot of challenges. Provision of healthcare, increased financial needs, social difficulties depending on their beliefs, on the society in which they live in. To be able to empower those parents, provide assistance to those parents is a very crucial issue. Either you work at the Theotokos Foundation, Πέταγμα Association, or at the laboratory, and I'm now talking to the employees. This is a crucial issue having to do with the support of these families. We need to understand that those challenges may present themselves as adversities. It may have to do with big difficulties. The mere fact of accepting that the child presents a diverging development and growth. I'm not going to repeat the things you already know. So this is a lifetime adjustment in an evolving situation beyond the known levels of normal growth of children. Let us now try to define psychological resilience. There are a lot of such definitions. We may say that this is the capacity of a person to effectively manage the adversities of life. So it is the capacity of the person to develop and positively adjust to reality based on individual skills and also based on an optimism perception of things with a strong value system. These three elements are very important. Human resilience is our capacity, as we previously said, to participate and grow through all these adversities. It is influenced by personality, of course, by our social support, by our resources, but also by our beliefs and values. At the same time, it is a skill, a capacity to give a meaning to what is happening to us in our lives. What I mean by that is the following. Can we learn from what is happening to us? Can we take out a meaning from what has happened? I would like at this point, no, rather before referencing Roberts, we all know what those challenges are. We have repeated these many, many times. The impact of resilience is immediate when there is such resilience. The confusion of a parent is being reduced, feelings start to be controlled, the mind is clearer, and creativity follows, and thus performance also increases. Let us discuss why are we still here? What is this slide? Please bear with me and try to help me. I have already sent my PowerPoint, and this is not the latest one I have sent you. This is not the latest version of the PowerPoint I have sent you.
Ναι. Ναι. Θα θυμώσω. Ναι. Και ξέρουν μερικοί εδώ μέσα πώς είμαι όταν θυμώσω.
I shall be angry, and some people in the room know how I am when I get angry.
Συγγνώμη κύριε, είναι άλλη παρουσίαση, δεν είναι αυτή.
This is a totally different presentation you are showing on the slide. Can you please switch it off? Okay. This is not my PPT presentation. Where is the PDF?
Ρε παιδιά, γιατί να μου το είπατε, να το βγάλω από την τσάντα μου, να το βάλω. Λοιπόν, συγγνώμη. 2 λεπτά μου δίνετε?
Please give me 2 minutes.
No.
Ναι, πέρα από το ζουν και την ανάλυση, λέει ότι είναι και άλλη παρουσίαση.
Okay, πάντα έχω backup εγώ. Thank you.
Οπότε με
Έχουμε αφήσει αυτά εδώ, τα έχουμε χρησιμοποιημένα.
Okay. Δεν το χρειάζομαι. Άστο. Μην μπλέκετε.
Να βάζω το clicker απλά.
Okay. All right. Okay. Χίλια συγγνώμη.
Please excuse me. I was saying that there is the resilience that comes through the tackling of the adversities and the challenges. I'd like to share something with you. I'm an American girl, as you all know. Somehow I've read something coming from John Roberts, a judge in the Supreme Court of the United States, that says, I want you to be submitted to treason in order for you to understand what is the meaning of faith. From time to time, I want you to feel loneliness in order not to consider that your friends are given, to take them for granted. I want your life to bring you some adversity from time to time in order for you to cherish the role of luck in your life, to know that your success is not directly linked to your value, nor does your failure being merited. I would like you to feel ignored from time to time in order for you to understand the value of listening and hearing to others. And I hope you shall feel the pain in order to understand compassion and to learn compassion. Why do I wish you these things? Either I wish you these things or not. These things shall be the case in your life. The important is, will you benefit? Will you take something out? Will you get out a meaning out of all this? What will be the meaning of your life through hardship, difficulty? Thinking about the parents, I was thinking about their experience and what is the meaning they took out of this experience from the moment it was announced to them that their child is affected by some sort of difference, that its growth shall diverge from the typical one, from the moment that their daily needs were increased, from the moment they needed more assistance, more support, meaning that they have become lifetime carers. When there is resilience, there is also a decrease in the confusion, in the negative feelings, because we feel that we may control them and our mind is clearer. Out of this resilience, we see the birth of creativity, and I believe this is what took place with this parent group. So what are the conditions to go from resilience to creativity? Goodwill, first of all, being good intentioned. I like simple things, to be able to discuss about them and see how we may see this in our daily lives. So goodwill, good intentions, good temper, because when we are ill-tempered, which is accompanied by analytical thought, this brings us, lead us to very common and trivial conclusions. Are you sure about this? You're going to ask me. Analytical thought, isn't it a good thing to have? Yes, it is a good thing to have, but it mustn't be accompanied by an ill temper, because if this is the case, it is very much limited. What we're going to propose is very much limited. What are the options we're going to have in front of us? Other important conditions is gratefulness. Gratefulness for whatever we may have. Do I have my good health? Do I have a person next to me to support me? Do I have my children with me? Do I have a house, a roof over my head? Whatever I may have, I need to be grateful about it. And we know very well that gratefulness is even most important than antidepressants. Another precondition is mindfulness. What do I mean by mindfulness? Because one could provide to this term different meanings. Monitor my feelings, my thoughts without being impulsed. A lot of people have said to me that I am impulsive, but I have become more mindful with the years. We shouldn't let our impulses guide us, and we all know it. Specifically and particularly Ioannou, that physical movement and exercise reduces stress and the levels of cortisol in the body, and this impacts upon our chemistry, serotonin, neuroepinephrine, endorphins, and dopamine, which is also very, very important for good temper and curiosity about life. All these things allow us to identify new groundbreaking solutions. What we were discussing with my friend Bob today is that a good sleep, respecting our circadian cycle, we all try to find this good circadian cycle after 60 years of age. All these things are required in order to provide creative solutions to the problems of our lives. A lot of our friends say to us that we need to think outside the box, creatively. Get out of the usual train of thought. What has happened here, nonetheless, with this association is that they got out of the box called Greece. They got theories and practices from North America and the UK, and then they returned inside the same box, inside the limitations, inside Greece, and within these adversities, they have tried to push ahead with their creativity. They took all the elements from the outside and they came back within our framework, within our box, to apply all these things to the extent that was possible. So it doesn't take only to think outside the box. We also get to enter again in the box, regardless of what is the name of this box. It may be Greece or whatever. All these things are preconditions. So the association To Πέταγμα began through adversities. From the first moment, these parents have been working against challenges. The challenge of the child. Where is the child going in order to be educated and trained? Where shall the child spend half of his day in order for them to be able to work in their lives and to be alleviated? What the lives of their children is going to be like once their parents age. The fourth facility is underway, as I saw, and you have already 3 in operation. Those facilities that have been created by those people who changed adversity into creativity. How can these people, I ask you, trust their creation after leaving this world? What do they need in order to have confidence that the people who are going to inherit it are going to treat it right? What do these people need? We've heard about person-centered approach. I shall not talk about this. This has already been discussed. But let me ask you, what does a creator need in order to entrust his creation into the hands of others? What does he or she need? How can I entrust my creation into the hands of others? What are the real values and principles that apply in practice, not in paper, not in theory? Are these agreed upon standards? Standards that have been agreed between the parents, the personnel, and the residents? Are these things agreed upon? Are these things known? Are there real criteria one could monitor? You've talked earlier about a person that was looking on the phone and not paying attention to the person with disabilities he was accompanying. So this also might be a criterion, but there are a lot of such criteria. And what imports me, given that you have already acquired the community profile, you are a community, you are in a community. Those young people belong to the community. So I need to know what's inside, what's happening inside each facility. We had a very productive discussion this morning with Bob, and he told me that you need to have a responsible person in each facility, a person who's going to be responsible for everything, for those standards that are going to be pre-agreed upon in all facilities. Because it is based on the standards you're going to agree upon. I move a lot. I need to move closer to the mic. Those standards need to be the guides, need to act as guides for the residents. As Mrs. Heidemenaki has explained to us with self-advocacy, the standards shall also be the guides for the families already existing in the association and newcomers as well, who shall bring their child into the facilities. And those standards need to be known by all members of staff who also come in order to work within the facilities. The job descriptions also need to be real. We need to know exactly what we're asking by staff. It goes without saying, you have already acquired this. I would like to speak about the notion of assessment, which is so much undesired in Greece. Yes, we need to have an assessment for everybody. The management, is it going to be undertaken by the management or by external party? I don't know, but we must be assessed, independent, regardless of the area in which we work. This lifetime carer, what does he need or she need in order to distantiate himself or herself by the daily operation? They need to know that the resident live in safety, without conflicts within a neighborhood that is similar to the one in which he grew up. Most of the people who are in residence of Pέταγμα do not come by institutions, they have come from families. So to live in a house with a family atmosphere, you've said it so well earlier, we need to hear the desires and the needs of the resident. And as Mr. Kalopissis has said, they needn't be just recipients. They need to help the elderly. They need to pay attention to an entity with other people and to assist them. They needn't be just recipients of services. All those things are very well known by the person-centered approach. What I'd like to stress here is the scale. What is the scale, the necessary scale of such an entity, so that a capable manager, director may supervise and maintain and preserve those standards, this quality? I'm talking about internal operation right now. May he supervise 3, 4 facilities, houses, a day center, and some other houses at the same time? It shall all depend on the person, but also on the families of the supported, because he shall be called to support the families themselves, the personnel, the persons, the residents themselves. Thus, I believe that support and control are the same. In Greece, we do not feel security when there is no control. There's no security when we do not support the personnel by not having control, not in the menacing significance of the term. I mean control to be something like assistance. All these standards need to be written and laid down in a way that can be easily understood by all those working there. The residents, the assistant staff, the psychologists, the special educators, and whoever may work in these premises need to be able to understand the standards. I would like to thank very warmly my friend Bob, who is over there listening to me. Is he listening to me? Yes, he is. He does. I'd like to thank Mr. Etmansky, that has been presented to us by Bob, and John O'Brien, who has been in our lives since years now. Because through these people, and thanks to these people, we have learned the models and the theories, but we brought them back in our own box, in our own reality that is called Greece, in our own challenges. And we have proven that we are resilient and at the same time creative. I thank all those people. So for me, the challenge is to keep on creating a culture, because this is what we are creating, a culture that is guided by our principles in the society, but within the homes themselves. I believe that our attention needs to be turned towards the homes themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very substantial introduction, as well as for keeping time as we should all. Second speaker in the order will be joining us by Zoom video. It's Alvin Mansky, the new activist and social organizer in the matter of disability. Back at the time his daughter was born, he's coming from British Columbia in Canada, and he helped close down schools with the segregation policies. He did create a series of organizations, amongst which the Institute for Family Support, dubbed Plan, focusing on social and community welfare for people with disability after their parents' death. This is a plan directed by parents and is operating through networks. The plan believes that services and programs need to support a good life and not substitute it. The plan model has expanded itself in more than 40 different areas around the world. It believes in the power of parents, especially when genitors are in cooperation. By studying the history of disability, it was established that the love and commitment of parents has been inspiring most of the most important innovations to the benefit of disabled persons. This author has penned quite a number of books, and for the moment he's supporting the Disability Without Poverty movement, as he's campaigning in favor of guaranteed income for 1.5 million Canadians with disabilities. Let us follow the video.
Thank you for inviting me and for your hospitality and arranging this call. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to speak with families in Greece, with people with disabilities in Greece, with service providers and others who care about the well-being of people with disabilities.
How do you identify the needs of people who find themselves severely excluded and isolated? And how do you guarantee choice and control for them?
One of the things I've learned in the last 45 years of having a daughter with a disability, as well as working in the field of disability, as well as being an advocate for people with disabilities, is that labels and categories are dangerous. And so even when you describe somebody as having a severe disability, it suggests that they don't have intentionality. It suggests that they can't make choices. It suggests they don't have preferences. When what I've learned is that everyone in their own way makes choices, has tastes, has preferences. And so the most important question is time and patience and presence, is to be with somebody, to get to know them and to understand them beyond their label, beyond the definition of their disability or the category. That is most important. And they speed by that and they make choices for the person. And so as a result, the choice-making muscle of the individual is disrespected and gets weaker and weaker. We have now a type of guardianship that recognizes that every single person, regardless of their disability, regardless of their condition, regardless of whether they can speak or not, or however they communicate, everyone can make choices. So I start there. The question is then, how do we receive that information? And we need people who are prepared to listen and to pay attention. It's very hard to control for that in a busy service system with very few staff. So the second part of your question for me is to recognize that no matter how well staffed and supported your son or daughter may be, they always need people who love them and who care for them to be in their life. Equal. You need as many caring, loving people as you need staff for people with disabilities. So the work is to make sure that there are circles of friends or personal networks around individuals who can support their choice. One of the things that we've learned is to never ask a person or their family or their parents what kind of program or service they want. Because the only answer you will get is a program answer or a service answer. And that's not a good life. And so here's the magic question. The magic question is, what's a good life? Services should support a good life. Support it, not take it over.
How is the continuity and the quality of services for parent organization ensured when the first parents are no longer involved?
You need to celebrate, as you say, that you have survived and thrived and had so much influence in 20 years. Here's the thing that we've learned is that as we parents get older, it's hard for us to let go of our children and to let go of our organizations for younger parents. It's natural. It's generational change. And especially when we pioneered something and worked so hard when there were no resources. And so one of our big challenges was to learn to let go and release the organization and to bring younger families in, not to tell the younger families you must do it the way we do it, but to invite younger families in as problem solvers and to accept that they're going to have different ideas. They're going to even think about disability differently. They may even talk about disability differently. They will use different phrases because times change. The world changes. And so that has been a challenge for us, that we made some mistakes in learning, but I'm happy to say that we are now almost 35 years old now, and so we've had a couple of transitions now in leadership, and it's a very beautiful thing to see. And so it amounts ultimately to who are you going to trust? Every one of those organizations has to shift from the founder or the founder's vision to the people who come after. So I've seen many organizations fail, and I've seen other organizations sail through. And to me, the defining question is this openness to conversation, to discussion, to working with others. There are going to be some tensions, and it will happen. That it happens all the time. You can see it in business. You can see it in nonprofits. It's very possible to do it, but you have to be thoughtful about it. And I believe in families. There's a South American writer, Eduardo Galeano, and he says, I don't believe in charity. I believe in solidarity. Charity is vertical. It's up and down like this.
Right.
There's a pyramid, there's a hierarchy. It goes from the top, always from the top to the bottom. When you created your organization, you created it horizontal. You created it from the ground. You have to stay on the ground. You have to stay grounded. So solidarity is horizontal. It respects the other person. It brings trust into the organization. I think you will find that siblings would prefer to have these discussions among themselves, because there's so much that mums and dads, mothers and fathers do that the siblings don't really pay attention to. As you say, they're busy, but they want to help. So there are lots of discussion groups among siblings, and in fact, some of the siblings now are the new leadership of the organization. So we have shifted from saying parent run to family run. I always start from the perspective that brothers and sisters want to get involved. So I don't start to convince myself, well, you're so busy, I'll just do this little bit, I'll just use you here. Let them to tell you that. Let the boundaries be defined by the brothers and sisters, not assumed. The world has shifted now to a relationship-based society. The whole concept of relationships, it's a network-based. It changes the structure of our organizations. Is starting to happen among the siblings is they get to know each other. That's solidarity. That's a network. They get to know their son or their brother or sister not as a unit of service, and think of them only as a client in a group home, but they think of them as they know them as a whole person who has dislikes and likes, etc. And so again, it's a relationship, is the foundation of everything. I believe it's the foundation of our advocacy, and I believe it also our advocacy with government, and I believe relationships are also the foundation of our work in securing funds for the survival of the organization. And I believe relationships are also fundamental to changing the broader culture.
What is your thinking on cultural determinants of change then? If we want a culture of change, then where do we start? A culture of care, where do we start?
Oh, it's a very, very, very big question, but very fundamental. And it's why I wrote my book, The Power of Disability, because after almost 45 years of being an advocate, a parent, and a professional, I found that the changes that we wanted for people with disabilities were not as large as I had hoped they would be. So it got me to learn and to understand that when the culture supports something, then things move. And when I say the culture, I mean when there's popular support. So for me, cultural support for people with disabilities is popular support, is by the larger community, not just within the disability world. Popular support comes before political decision-making. How do we address these stereotypes and these incorrect assumptions? Well, one of the things we should know is recognize an asset that we have. According to the World Health Organization, 1 in 7 people have a disability. Another 3 in 7 people have parents, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, friends, service providers. That means 4/7 of the world have a direct connection to disability. What if we mobilize that? First of all, it's understanding that we have to go outside of our small sphere of influence, and that may be hard to think about for an organization like you have. and therefore it means solidarity with other organizations who link up to address these questions. Cultural change means that we change part of what we do to engage in the broader question. And in our work in disability, one of the terrible things that happens is that we often see it through the lens of scarcity, of emptiness, not much resources, which is true. It's true. Glass is half full and half empty. But also, where's the fullness?
We've had it with much interest from Mr. Mansky. And indeed, without further ado, let us go on with Mrs. Kiki Christodoulou, member of the board of directors of Πέταγμα and the mother. She will be elaborating on what I want for my child.
Ανάβω φωτάκι εδώ. Ανάβω το φωτάκι εδώ. Είναι έτοιμο. Τι θέλετε, να διαβάσετε. Καλησπέρα σας. Να. Ακούτε?
Good afternoon, dear friends. It is an honor for me and as much of a joy to be here today, being this a very good opportunity for me to share with you my experience, my reflections, the difficulties I've been having, and my considerations and concerns throughout the course I've followed through my son Yannis' disability and the needs I have had, the support I have benefited from Πέταγμα. Let me first of all express my appreciation to the Parents Association in the person of Mrs. Ioannou, the scientific and support staff, caregivers, all of whom have been greatly contributing to my son being supported, and to all those who contributed to his integration into Πέταγμα. To me, that was the most hopeful solution for the future. And also a big thank you to all of those who have always been near me with so much love and who are the sole source of support and affection, my family, and most above all, my other son, Christos, for his understanding and love. Let me say a great thank you to all friends who have been by our side as if they were our own flesh and blood. Some 32 years ago, our second son was born, Yanni, who was the name we gave him at the age of 6 months. He was diagnosed with a rare condition called nodus sclerosis, with various manifestations, amongst which epileptic crisis and other pathologies. To me, this news struck me as anything. I have never fathomed such a difficult thing would ever happen to me. My sorrow was immense, and the unfairness of the life of my child overwhelmed me. We expected a healthy child to be born, and disability turned things upside down for us. I felt that our life expectancies were cancelled forever. My considerations and concerns about life and prospects of our child, and my concerns about his future, have always been dominating my mind ever since. Difficulties on a day-to-day basis, the sleepless nights, difficulties in striking balances within the family, emotional impasses, all made things very complicated for me, hence the stress and all the distress. We saw doctors abroad with the hope they might provide the best cure possible for the child. Unfortunately, those visits abroad were far from yielding the desired results. The situation was a de facto pathological one, non-reversible was the diagnosis, and I had so many questions that were left unanswered. How would Yannis' life be, his health, his future? How was I to break the news to our older son at the time he was 5? How this would affect his life decisions, his psychology, his relationship to his younger brother? How would he react to all that? What would the consequences be of this new situation in his life? Acceptance of the whole situation was far from being easy. It took several psychological stages to be gone through, but the admission was the most critical step forward. Once that was covered, I tried to manage things by looking them straight into the eye and trying to protect my children and family in whichever way possible. The best way possible. All of that had to be managed and eventually tackled in the best way possible. So, since life with its upsides and downs would never be able to be forecasted, we decided to leave aside this catapulting load of emotions to dedicate ourselves with love and affection to both our children. Within us, there was an urgent will to turn these challenges into something powerful and hopeful. Fortunately, my husband and I have always had a very good understanding. We have been committed to relentlessly and unconditionally support each other, and this was of major help to our family. There have been positive marks of our life with trust, faith, based on this harmonious understanding with my husband, our commitment to our children, and our unreserved understanding and patience also of our elder son, Christos, whose attitude was a great help to us. We started physiotherapy, ergotherapy for John at Alipab already at the age of 6 months. It was then that he was diagnosed. Then there have been sessions at private centers, as of which my husband and all the family shared waiting hours with other parents with similar difficulties and challenges, but most above all, the same concerns and objectives. Those waiting hours with other parents and the sincere exchange of views came to be for us the best type of psychotherapy ever. At the age of 4, Yannis started attending the private Mitera nursery school for children of normal development. He benefited from the love and acceptance of all. Later on, at the age of 7, he started attending the Pamakaristos Institution for Children with Disabilities. We owe our acknowledgement to the late Mother Commando, the founder of this institution that has always been very special ever since in our hearts. Simultaneously to that, Yannis went through logotherapy, ergotherapy, therapeutic speech therapy, and swimming at the pool, doing many things all throughout his day. In the case of John, the training is difficult. It takes perseverance and appropriate strategies with the help of specialists in the field. This is an ongoing process with no end in sight, with changes, ups and downs, and needs for a revision and renegotiation of objectives originally set. My husband and I decided to be kept abreast of the developments and be as far familiar as possible with disabilities. At some point in time, I met with Mrs. Ioannou, whose life was similar to ours. I discerned her stress, interest, and preoccupation about the future of children with intellectual disabilities. She had vision and objectives. She had been determined to create structures to the benefit of our children when in the future we will no longer be able to take care of them and we will be unable to provide the day-to-day care and support they need and deserve. Mrs. Ioannou, as of the meetings we had, kept telling me that for integration in a house of this kind, there has to be preparation before the age of 18, giving them time to adjust, become accustomed, and eventually become autonomous. She has been always very encouraging and supportive. She kept explaining to me that the accommodation facility adjusts itself to the needs of the child rather than having to have the child adjust itself to it. And her words always filled me with hope and self-confidence. We as parents had never considered the possibility of having our son live away from us without ourselves being around, away from our loving and warming arms. To us, it was unfathomable to part with Yannis. Yannis is so tender, sociable, friendly, and he adores music and singing. He's typified by the most noble feelings vis-a-vis the others. but he needs to have his space and time. He cannot stand intense noise, crowds, or changes around him. He has his customs and his ways, and it's difficult for him to see them changed. This is also typical of others. Our desire has been to have him be with us, to protect him, take care of him responsibly and with love, be on his side and he on our side. But for how long will this be possible? That will be very responsible, we thought. Yanis needs to live in an appropriately structured environment, benefiting from normal, full-fledged life, because we grow older and life is unpredictable. You will never know what tomorrow brings to us. It took time for us to shed our reserves and inhibitions as to whether Yanis would be able to integrate an appropriate context in a second house, a home for him. Time went by, and at the age of 26 or so, Yanni was to integrate Πέταγμα. We made this decision. He was first assessed by the interdisciplinary team of the association, and experimentally he was allowed to integrate a specific program for a couple of hours. Gradually, the number of hours and days increased, and Yanis sometimes happily, some others more unwillingly, reluctantly, even with some tension. It took time for him to decide this alone, continued attending those sessions, and he kept improving. At Πέταγμα, the interdisciplinary group and the support staff dealt with Yanis's difficulties with sensibility, flexibility, and patience. Ultimately, in 2021, Yanis became fully integrated in Πέταγμα. We have been having a very good cooperation and communication with the whole of staff, but mostly with the person in charge for the coordination, Mr. Vasilis Kalopisis, who, thanks to the guidance and encouragement he provided, contributed to Yanis's becoming integrated, always willing, ever the supportive one, and very consulting. He has always been there with his advice and care for the best. With patience and perseverance, there was planned Yanis' individual plan, changing and adjusting itself when needed. Now, at the age of 32, Yanis appears to be feeling that that home is a very familiar, friendly, and warm space. His second home, giving him joys, many joys, and it is obvious he doesn't protest anymore when he leaves, as he's always in good spirits and quite joyous, because he knows he will be having a nice time in there, and he will be having as much as he's having in our place. He has his own room, and just the case is in our place, he has the right to express his desires and make his choices. Under the same roof, there are other people, 3 more girls together with Yanis. We as parents, when the time comes for us to not to be able to be of service to him anymore, want him to be able to live in a warm and caring environment, quality environment, supported by specialized staff, supervised day and night, for his capacities and skills to be fully utilized, and that his life be happy and well balanced. In Πέταγμα, Yanis has been participating in many activities, the main feature of which is extrovertness, the encouragement of autonomy, the achievement and maintenance of existing skills of self-care and hygiene. He has been participating in outhouse activities with his friends, in social activities, in the music kinetic workshop in Αγία Παρασκευή. He goes shopping in the neighborhood. He does some gardening. He contributes in the therapy through the art program of the Lilian Vuduri Institution, working whether in physical presence or over the internet during COVID lockdown. He has been also participating in the self-advocacy team in summer holidaying, vacationing, swimming at sea, and taking good care of the spaces day and night. Before COVID, also horse riding, always depending on his desires. He goes out with friends in the park, of course, under the supervision of people, and he does things that make his day-to-day life happy and agreeable. The multitude and variety of activities proposed is not something we would ever be able to provide him with, and through such relationship and different environments, very developed and bettered his level of communication with others. He socializes better as a person, cultivates his personal relationships, accepts and is accepted, and learns of his own limits. Πέταγμα is a beautiful, supporting and appropriately structured infrastructure. The entire staff, thanks to its experience and know-how, embraced our child, encouraged, supported, and reinforced us as a family consistently and solidly. Πέταγμα is a member of our family and they are on our side always. Mrs. Lucia, psychologist, had an eager ear to our concerns, regularly communicated with us, kept us up to date, and put our mind at ease about everything. And so she does, still to this day, together with Mr. Kalopisis, in any case, on any issue, for Yannis to have a good and well-supported life. Mr. Dimitrios Genitsa is a member of the supporting staff and a person of reference for Yannis, communicates daily with us by video call or voice, open voice communication, allowing for us to learn more about how Yannis does. We're happy and lucky because what Yannis is doing, he does at home very near our place. People meet him, people we know, and he knows. He's spoken to, speaks back, and he's very happy about it. This is our environment and neighborhood, and he knows it very well. Keeping his spirits up and his good psychological condition, the sense of security and safety, a very good level of communication has and always been and will be our pursuit. These are very important aspects in his life quality. There are two dear wishes I'd like to share with you: that he be healthy and happy. His life and his future are with Πέταγμα. An important initiative of Πέταγμα has been the contact of Dominican brothers who have a very good team, and they are fervent supporters of their brothers. Both of my children gave me much joy and love. They taught me how to see life in its positive aspects rather than abandon the effort. My relationship to disability has been a percourse of a bittersweet feeling. It taught me many things, mostly positive ones, and taught me how to appreciate health, accept diversity, fully understand other people's feelings, and ultimately to understand that difficulties are a challenge and not a problem. I feel compelled to say everyone around me today that now more than ever do I believe that anything can be overcome if there is perseverance, unwavering persistence, positive thinking, hard work, love, and respect. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε την κυρία Χριστοδούλου.
We thank Mrs. Christodoulou. And we now give the floor to the next speaker, Mrs. Badadaki, hovering the wings for a flight. She's a clinical psychologist, Mrs. Badadaki. She has worked in the field of special education for a lot of years. From 1987 until 2022, she has learned that there are no disabled people, only disabled societies, which are the ones that are not integrate all their members. From 2002 until today, she has been working in Okana, and from 2020, she has been a partner of Το Πέταγμα. The floor is yours. Thank you. Good evening. I'm glad you are still here. It is a pleasure and an honor to be with you. As Mrs. Christodoulou has said, there is a group of siblings, brothers. The group is entitled Πέταγμα Bros, Πέταγμα Brothers. And flight Πέταγμα Bros, which means flight ahead, flight in front. I shall explain to you how it all began and what we went through in order to be who we are today in this brothers and sisters group. Mom and Dad have sown a seed in the land, but the conditions were not ready. When the seed felt ready, it grew. Then the genuine gestation began, when we took the initiative, confronted to our responsibility. It was only then that the leaves began to develop and express us personally, not an association nor the wish of the parents, in an authentic manner, without menace. A space outside so that us, the different ones, may be together. It is in these terms that talks about the history of the group, one of its members. For me, it all began in February 2020, when I have been asked to coordinate the group of siblings of Pέταγμα Association. They reached me because I was once in the field of special education, but not anymore at the time. We would like to make room for siblings. We gave all our attention, our care to the children that had more needs. But we understand that our children, the brothers, also needed care. We would like this group to provide to the siblings the possibility to be heard. That was the request that came from the parents who were members of the association and concerned all the brothers and sisters of the residents. But the brothers and sisters themselves didn't require anything. What would they really want? We arranged the first meeting in March 2020, but this was cancelled due to the pandemic. We managed to meet for the first time in June in 2020 with the presence of 13 out of 15 siblings, including the 3 that were connected distantly. 2 members from the scientific personnel also participated. The meeting took place in the area of the association, and all contacts had been arranged by the secretariat. It was a very strong and emotional meeting, and already from the acquaintance phase, some very sad stories began to be heard. We arranged a second meeting a month later, and participants were divided in half. Was it due to the summertime, or was it something else going on? In September, participations decreased further. Why our children don't appreciate the gift we are making to them was the question the parents were asking themselves. In September 2021, we undertook the first meeting through Zoom. We are in full pandemic, so we get out of the area of the association and we meet in a transitionary space, opening something more personal, given that we communicate through our homes. But we are in our boxes, away one from the other, and communication still lies in the hands of the secretariat of the association. Something doesn't flow. Again, what is the element that is sought after? I understand that the request stems only from the parents, and it seems as if it were only their needs. In order to investigate the need of the group, I take personal contact with each member, and it comes out that there is a need to meet outside in the nature, to meet one another, without big expectations, without heavy psychology, without the participation of the parents. This personal sharing begins to show the deeper need of existence of this group, the need of succession. At a certain point in time, the parents shall need to deliver the responsibility to the siblings group. This responsibility has to do with the quality of life of its residents. The care for the quality of life of everybody was the power behind the creation of this association. The group knows this deeply, and it opts for the cultivation of a human relationship. I feel the need to disengage myself from the financial relationship and to proceed to something that I shall not define myself, but I shall go with what the team shall create. My role changes. I become an observer to whatever the need may bring. I stand close to them. I am not in front. I am not the driver. I do not carry the burden. I listen to the group. I have trust in the process. Nobody knows beforehand where this is all going to lead. Thus, the second phase begins. So the seed begins to develop some buds and flowers. We did our first picnic without parents, without associations, without engagements. We began seeing one another, to get to know one another, to talk about our lives. We have created a Viber group. Communication was now in our hands. So the seed began to grow, to take shape, to take form. Then a very interesting proposal came from the siblings and from Lucia and Vasilis as well. That was to participate in an art project aimed at demonstrating the value of human relationships. That was called L'Arbre à Palabre. That was an idea of a Belgian artist that to create a big tree made out of knitted and woven tissues, rugs that would be created by people in the neighborhood, but also by residents of various facilities. Thus, in our next meeting in November 2021, we began to knit a knitwear all together, interweaving our relationships around the table with food that was made by everybody, drinking, eating, laughing. We were connecting with the brothers through the way of human contact. That was our first meeting into a house that was given to us by a member of the team. We have very much liked this and we have repeated it. Next meeting took place in April 2022. That was very special because we met with the siblings at the National Museum of Modern Art in order to enjoy this famous tree and to discover our pieces of interwoven tissue being connected with other rugs. We have very much liked this contact with the siblings, and we thought to throw a party in Luta in a country house that was offered by another member of the group, where we danced, made a barbecue. The group kept on growing. It's the summertime again, July. We enjoy our meetings that come very naturally. We began talking about our lives, our experiences, and about the future of the association. There is a responsibility that needs to be undertaken by somebody in the future. It is clear we need one another in order to share this burden. The conference of the association, today's conference, and the request to present our team was a source of creative fermentations. A new house opened for our next meetings. We are in a process that is not finished yet, but this demonstrates what Mr. Bansky has said in his interview. Vertical relationships do not operate of the type superior-inferior. Horizontal relationships are the ones that operate, the ones that create networks. These are the operational ones. The group has 9 siblings and a cousin, so 10 members in total, knew much better what the seed needed in order to grow. What this trip has learned us is to listen, to wait, to make space, to trust relationships. It was important to have been given by the association the possibility to function with our own pace, without their intervention, making room for our own desire. Desire, this is the power that blossoms only when it is free. This is what I had to say. You shall hear a voice of our group, Athena, talk about her experience, and closing, you shall watch a video that was created by the group Pέταγμα Bros, reflecting all that you have heard and not just that. A picture is worth more than 1,000 words, as they say. Thank you for your attention.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα.
Good evening. My name is Athina Chiotis. I am a sister of Maria, resident of Πέταγμα. I'm a special educator, and I also work in the artistic field as a singer. It is a great joy and honor to be with you. and a big blessing as well to be part of the family of Το Πέταγμα and to be able to work with such exceptional people. Let me start and say that it was June 2020, right after the end of the first quarantine, when we gathered all the brothers and sisters of the residents of Το Πέταγμα. Our objective was to put into operation a psychotherapeutic group of assistants, but as it appeared, the ground was not ready yet. Despite the fact that 2 years have lapsed, I keep inside me, in my memory and in my heart, the intense feelings of this first meeting. On the one hand, a lot of members did not want to open themselves, and it is perfectly understood. On the other hand, some other members who had already underwent psychotherapeutic work talked very emotionally about their traumas. Nonetheless, there were some factors we could not ignore. First of all, there was no request that had been formulated by the group of brothers and sisters. It was formulated, it came from the parents. I mean, as far as the setting up of a psychotherapeutic team is concerned. And a lot of members of this team were not ready to begin a psychotherapeutic process. Thus, participation began to wane up to a moment that there were only 2 members assisting in the meetings. So the question came forward, what do we need to do from now on? What was the real common desire binding the group? With us began a path that lasted a lot of months in an effort to listen the hidden desire of the group. With meetings in country houses or in the city, in museums such as the National Museum of Modern Art that was mentioned, even in the forest. But we were not alone in this journey. We had the most wonderful psychologist on our side, who was our guardian angel. I'm talking about Betty Mandadaki. We have been blessed to have you. And she's a wonderful psychologist because at a very crucial moment where she could leave, because there is a specific protocol for the psychologist to act, and it is a good thing to have such a protocol. She could have very easily, she could have left as the role of our team changed and it was under negotiation. But she took her risk, making a personal wager, putting a personal bet through our team, through our meetings. She took care to activate us, to mobilize us, to meet through Viber without any financial benefit for her and with a doubtful result. So at the crucial moment, she understood the lively dynamic of our group, although it was hidden, and she kept being on our side to animate our meetings for more than 2 years. I feel the need to thank her publicly and to express her my gratitude, my very, very deep gratitude on behalf of the team as well, because it is thanks to her faith in ourselves we have the pleasure to enjoy the first fruit of our common effort, and this fruit fell from the tree very easily. in one of our recent meetings when we started opening to one another and talked about the things that hurt us the most as we were picnicking under the trees, so in the nature, in the wild. At this point, I'd like to say that it is true that when a pain, a chronic pain, is imprisoned into your heart, it becomes solid and it becomes hard as stone. And even if a touch upon your heart is done in a therapeutic intention, hurts you, and your defenses start to awake. But when there is the appropriate therapist that crosses your path, your way, so then yes, everything is possible. The ice melts and all this hidden potential is freed. So I'd like to say, for closing, on behalf of our team, a very, very big thank you, wholeheartedly, to our psychologist, our Betty, and a big, big thank you to our parents for having created this model and wonderful facility, home, that is the home, their home, the home of these children. A big thank you to all the personnel of any sort that supports the smooth operation of this facility and qualitative living for our brothers. Thank you very much.
Πριν περάσουμε τις ερωτήσεις της ενότητας... Συγγνώμη, ναι.
Πάνω κάτω. Μπράβο. Αυτό είναι.
Wake up with your voice inside my head. I'm sleeping on your side of the bed. It don't feel like you're gone. I'm falling to pieces, wondering why we didn't stop us shattering before it all came undone. If the tears didn't fall and my heart didn't break, if the night would have gone my way, I'd still be here, still be here. If I picked up the call when you begged me to stay, if your love didn't ricochet, I'd still be here, right here, still be here. Your things in the same place that you left. Nothing fills the empty in my chest. It ain't beating like before. Play all of the fights over again. All we could have said and done different. It leaves me here hurting more. If the tears didn't fall and my heart didn't break, if the night would have gone my way, I'd still be here, still be here. If I picked up the call when you
Η ενότητα πριν περάσουμε...
Prior to entering the session of family, to recap what we've been elaborating on so far, the most important message to take away is resilience, just as Mrs. Papanikolapoulou said and explained. Moreover, the fact that parents should no longer be lifelong caregivers, brothers should also be involved, and we should all try to timely update these persons, appropriately supporting them, training them, as well as guiding them, so that everyone knows from the onset, from the very first moment the disabled child has been born, what the course will be, and how to prepare this child for its future life, and how such person will eventually be prepared in joining a supported accommodation facility. So the true concern of the parents would be how to find the best accommodation facility possible for their child. Entering the Q&A session and also a short video.
Δεν υπάρχουν ερωτήσεις.
Since there are no questions, we may go straight into...
Κοιτάξτε πρώτα αν υπάρχουν ερωτήσεις από την...
Since there are no questions, you may present your video. I won't be retiring, you'll be very brief. It was something I promised to show before, but because of a technical glitch, we were unable to air it, so whatever I say would be too little compared to what has been heard. But I need to have the PDF visualized on my screen. This is the answer to your questions, rather the question we set forth before. Please don't move it a lot. I need to zoom in.
Ωραία. Είναι η απάντηση στην ερώτηση τι κάνει καλή τη ζωή ενός ανθρώπου που ζει σε στέγη υποστηριζόμενη.
The answer to the question what a person does while in an accommodation, supporting the accommodation facility. Like, since we're not always there to know what the reaction is, we are here to process together what is underway to go ahead, which is the reason why we are having this interactive online game. We're checking your answers as a form of answering a puzzle. Most people contributing have been contributing excellent terms as to what makes life at a place of this kind nice. Security, love, respect, socialization, independence, autonomy, care. Keywords: value, autonomy. At the secondary level, understanding, derive with the way, and indirectly relationship, family, neighborhood, and minor terms are also just as critical.
Πού είστε καλέ? Εντάξει. Ωραία. Έχει ενδιαφέρον. Το θα καταλάβετε όμως τι λέω, ευτυχώς. Ναι, εντάξει, εγώ έχω. Άντε. Αυτό το περίπλοκο πράγμα, λέω τόση ώρα. Λοιπόν, οι κεντρικές λέξεις, λοιπόν, ναι, είμαι ok.
So, keywords shall be safety, love, respect, socialization, solidarity, camaraderie, relationship to the community, safety, personal desires, choices, living at one's own will, acceptance by the milieu, and for healthcare, one to be able to also have healthcare while at an accommodation of this kind, a warm and caring environment, And of a lesser importance seem to be the organizational issues. These aspects have been more important to you than it was to us. You mostly favor the nice environment, good infrastructure. Organization came second to other priorities you set forth. Availability of one's private space, choices, self-advocacy as well. Someone did mention self-advocacy. Good for you. You've been good pupils. So these are things people with disabilities are looking for anywhere in the world, independently from the nationality or background. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you all for having participated in this panel.
Παρακαλώ να καθίσετε.
I'm calling upon the members of the next and last session of today's event with eyes turned ahead, challenges and opportunities.
Έρθουν στο πάνελ ο συντονιστής της ενότητας, κύριος Γιάννης Λιμβαίος, οργανωτικός γραμματέας των φορέων εκπροσώπησης.
Headed by Mr. Limneos, organizational coordinator of all associations under the Umbrella Association.
Ωραία, εγώ τώρα ό,τι μου πείτε. Παρακαλούμε τα δύο φορητά μικρόφωνα που έχετε, Νίκο και...
Kindly arrange for the two wireless microphones to please be given to the members of the panel.
Της τέταρτης ενότητας.
Of this fourth and last session, dear friends, I did mention Mr. Lindeo as the moderator, and the participants in this session will be Mrs. Athina Diakomakou, Head Officer of the General Direction for Social Solidarity at the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, Mrs. Kula Ioannou, Mrs. Maria Turkohoriti, Chairperson of the Ergastiri Workshop Association, Mr. Bob Rhodes, and Mr. Vasilis Kalopisis. Would you be so kind as to take your seat, gentlemen and ladies?
Θα αναλάβει το συντονισμό ο κύριος Λιμβαίος.
The session will be moderated by Mr. Lindeos.
Μας έβαλε στη θέση μας ο κύριος Καλοποίησης, στο ισορροπημένο ημικύκλιο. Ακούγομαι τώρα.
Unfortunately, there is no sound. The sound is off. No, the microphone is off. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my turn to thank you all, and most specifically all of you still bearing with us. First of all, the guests of ours, Mr. Rhodes and the rest of guests. We have seen people on the videos. I would like to thank most particularly my dear friend Kula Ioannou. And prior to starting, let me also tell you that there is one capacity really that is predominant and of interest, that of being a parent. This is what it's all about, being a parent of a person with mobility issues. And since we have fallen way behind schedule and we don't mean to bend your ears any further than we have to, let me change the course of participation. I will be trying to limit myself to comments. I will be very brief in my intervention. I promise, difficult for me, but I will. And I will be very strict as to the keeping of timing for the rest of the panelists, which will allow us all to truly enjoy one's presence and definitely be able to draw the good conclusions from this very high quality meeting we've been having since this morning. Let me start therefore with Mrs. Diakoumacou. Mrs. Diakoumacou is head officer of the General Direction of Disability Policies at the Ministry of Labor, and going straight to Mrs. Diakoumacou. Mrs. Diakoumacou, I would like to have it from you. Mrs. Diakoumacou is a person, dear friends, who throughout her mandate has been greatly contributing to the task, but even more so, she is a person who truly understands, and through this understanding, she tries to contribute as much as possible to the pursuit of our objectives. Mrs. Diakoumacou, I'd like to know, what is it to you a good service for persons with disabilities? Thank you for the question and your kind words of introduction, and most above all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to take part in this session. On joining you, I had some things in mind as to what persons with disabilities would be experiencing in the texts of my service, texts of the Commission of the UN in charge of the implementation of persons with disabilities, the guidelines of the European Commission, but I believe that now I have a much more clear-cut picture of what a good service for disabled person is, following what I've heard and seen today, having had it from the scientific personnel, the psychologists, the parents, and most above all, from the very youths who are living at these supported accommodation facilities. I tried to understand, and all these are issues that definitely contribute to independent living. These are specific features quite typical of a living facility, its structure and technical specifications, as well as the social, cultural, and other aspects afferent to the very mentality and culture governing the activities of a supported accommodation facility. So under those terms, such a facility should be within the community rather than be isolated. Those things we saw today would never have been achieved in an isolated context, since the main pursuit is integration and contact with the social milieu. A second very critical technical aspect is that of ensuring the safe milieu, a milieu that will be engendering the feeling and the conviction of being safe, both to the dwellers themselves and their families. And by referring myself to a safe environment rather than just the technical specifications to be provided for under the legislative framework, I'm also referring to the sufficiency and skills of the staff living with the dwellers, so that there is a constant sense of safety and sufficiency. This and consistent interest, personal interest of the members of staff. And one more thing, the location, the site. It would be preferable for this to be located close to the home of residence of the family context, so that besides the autonomousness of the autonomy of the living, there should still be maintained the bonds with the family. As to the cultural aspects, a good housing service should be focusing on the person with disability, the dweller, developing one's skills, helping the person to acquire further self-confidence, having choices, and also the freedom to choose amongst all these options, to know what best fits one's personality, needs, and pursuits. There should be care and support, but always taking into account one's true needs. And the most critical thing of all is that, together with care, that there should still be privacy and discretion. One needs one's own space and time, as it has been very characteristically said this morning. So the program of the housing service should not prevail over the needs, the true needs of the dwellers, and desires and pursuits and needs of the dwellers should be taken into account first. One's personality, one's character, one's personal features. In conclusion, I would like to say that a good housing service is the one making sure that the dwellers feel truly at home, just as they feel there is a supporting context helping them to develop their personality just as they wish. I believe the most critical thing of all would be to have a nice time on a day-to-day basis, to be happy, satisfied, and gratified continuously in our everyday reality. What we came across today, the smiles we saw, the videos we followed, the relationships we saw being developed, as well as the interaction with the local community, I believe are a very good idea, a very good association with the local community, which is also a main pursuit. So we may safely speak about a good housing service under those circumstances. Thank you very much. This is the best practicing, to use our jargon. Thank you very much. Mrs. Diakoumako, as you see for yourself, said something very critical we parents know of. Mrs. Diakoumako had the idea of theory. She knew what the theoretical background was, meaning what is the theoretical framework of supported living in community. She saw this experienced in action, and this helped her come to grips really with what it really should look like. Try to fathom how difficult it must have been, and still is, by the way, for those pioneer parents 20 years ago, Kula, Marie, and the rest, Effie as well, to name but a few of the so many, Vula, Vaso, the late George Liakopoulos, and indeed many others. I do not recall all the names right now. I have no time to mention them all. They all try to come up with both theory and practice. Besides going out of the box and bringing in things upon which to create. Much more than that, they had a vision. They envisioned the right of our offspring to live within the neighborhood. I'm not saying community, far be it from me to use sociological terms. Within the zone wherein the child grew and became a man or a woman, where the very matrix of one's existence is, and this is more than critical. We should never lose this from sight. Mrs. Papanikolapoulou said a moment ago that it is through disability that we are developing resilience and also mindfulness, said she. It is through disability that us parents, all of us, are demonstrating by way of those houses we create at Pέταγμα and elsewhere that indeed we are resilient. Nevertheless, one more thing became apparent, namely that we are blessed, because this is quite a blessing, and this has been mentioned already by our friend here, Athena. It is an oxymoron, but we are blessed in a very strange way. And even more contradictory is the fact that we are doomed to be optimistic. That's another paradox. And this is how these parents have been doing things, and that is how we will be going ahead, turning theory into practice and proving that the solution is not in coming up with more institutions or homes or old age places or any reinstatement and integration services and all of them, or not anything of the kind. It is about those houses giving our children the right to live just as any other human being does, whoever this person is, wherever this person chances to be, and whomever the person wants to live with. Thank you, Mr. Diakomakou, and a request in the name of all of us, something spontaneous. Because Mr. Rhodes asked whether there is someone from the government here. No, no one. Having said that, the lot has fallen upon you, so we will be continuing this buzzing roll of the bee that flies around the ears, and communicating this to all is one of your tasks. Thank you once again. So I am going on with our second panelist in the order of hosting. This is a bit strange the way we're sitting, but never mind, we'll make do. This is the very chairperson of Pέταγμα, my beloved friend and colleague Kula Ioannou. We all know her. And because for some time now we have had a very close cooperation relationship and camaraderie, not to mention love and affection that binds one another, as well as Nikos and the rest. You know, you may think I'm exaggerating, but if I start speaking about Kula, I will never finish. Never mind, just let it go. Kula says, no, I need to say that. But the floor goes to you, and essentially I'd like to ask you this. Throughout this per course, we saw happening, and we will be continuing seeing around us. Please tell us indeed what it was that made things difficult for you. What were the obstacles you see in assuring quality at the level of staff, community, the entire package of services, making the supported living accommodation happen? Yes, well, the beginning has been different. Difficulties have been there. Problems were different. Having said that, in the beginning, things were different, but now we are afloat. We have been operating for some time, and the healthcare cost is being reimbursed. So the main issues of our concern are different. The infrastructure is one. Coming up with a place to rent or to acquire is a difficult task, extremely difficult. So because of the very demanding standards that our legislative framework imposes and social racism, of course, the mentality has changed in the community. Nevertheless, when the time comes for our people, for citizens, to see a house being created near their place, they go panicky, and that's the way things are. There's no other way to describe it. Therefore, we need to come up with larger houses, single residences, in order to avoid at least this problem. Yes, we are working on models and we're trying to sensitize people, creating awareness through our staff, explaining people what things are with us. So little by little, the neighborhood is becoming more familiar with disabled persons. In the video, the neighbor, the local tradesmen, the rest, they know people by their first names, but there is still some social racism of sorts. And about the infrastructure, it's high time for the state to invest by seeding derelict properties not utilized and in the property of the state being given to people like us. That is a good investment. It could be a cession of use. Secondly, there could be a subsidizing of associations that have a capital, enabling them to buy something. A third point also underway, if there is a terrain available, there may be a financing and for the erection of a building meeting all the requirements. And another point, another constraint is a lack of staff. I thought it was mainly a problem for Athens, but now having heard it from people in the provinces, it is just as difficult in other areas of Greece to come up with persons willing to work at care facilities. There's a kind of scorn vis-a-vis care professions that is being exacerbated over time. Indicatively, there could be organized some training sessions and an association with the academia, so to provide for curricula in the educational programs of faculties for caregivers. Our objects are mostly practical and theoretical. It is an assistant ergotherapist or assistant physiotherapist. That's what we need. And this orientation is at the antipode of the reinstatement and reintegration that we see is being taught at universities and schools. I would say no. Caring for a disabled person is a discipline in itself. It would be of help if the curricula provided something in that sense. And it would be helpful to have some certification of disabled persons caregivers. There should be given much more publicity and a national registry be established for caregivers to disabled persons, eventually somehow changing to the positive the impression we have about caregiving professions. We don't need to have some highly specialized skills or knowledge. I'm impressed by the living-in ladies helping a mother and a father with the needs of their disabled child, how resourceful they can prove themselves to be in finding solutions. Another problem is the aging of caregivers. We started some 20 years ago and time passes inexorably. Now there are offspring of parents who are gone forever and they are in their 50s and more, which means that their health also will be worsening with time. And there is a more increased need for support, be it of medical nature, special aids, medicine. And I know you're smiling, you're smirking rather, because you know what I'm talking about. This by itself shows that the health care cost, and we are so grateful, don't misunderstand me, we're so grateful for the reimbursement at the ministry where we managed to have it, is no longer enough. Perhaps we could have the opportunity for those dwellers that are so needy of support, that a special commission be set up, and if there is approval, these persons be granted an extra help, allowing the house to be able to cope with it. We started at a time of recession, and I was part of the negotiating committee. It was financial crisis were raging, but combative as Mr. Lindros was, he was able to obtain what he was looking for, and we were able to get this reimbursement. And other issue I'd like to raise, and which is also an outcome of what has been happening, is the awareness amongst members of the community. This needs to be experienced more widely, that it becomes centralized, and that a centralized projection planning be ensured, addressing all ages and strata of the Greek society, starting with children. It is very critical for children to know, whether by way of visits in person with associations and organizations, or by way of exchanges, special programs, to become more familiar with our issues. We have had the first experience with the private tuition establishment, especially amongst primary school children, so that tomorrow's citizens are fully aware of the presence of the disabled amongst us, people who are aging, and so they should be accepted timely. And in any other aspect, thanks to professional vocational orientation for young youths of older strata, that this happens. It will happen. It takes time, I know, but it will be to the benefit of the Hellenic society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kula. It would really be to the benefit, and we already see the benefit, because those facilities, supported living facilities, you know it very well. All of us in the disability movement know it very well. Supported living facilities constitute, up to now, up to today, the sole response to institutionalism, or rather to deinstitutionalization. And it is the most important weapon we have as a society, as a state, in order to deter and to avoid institutionalization. The personal assistant has been created some days ago. The access to labor market is not there yet. The pensions, you see how things go. This is not enough. So the sole answer we have are those supported living facilities, the sole answer to institutionalization. And on the other hand, our only big weapon in order to avoid institutionalization are those supported living facilities. In these conditions, the conditions prevailing in our families, as Mr. Christodoulou has explained, very vividly, because these facilities are the homes, the houses of those people. A person who is not disabled, regardless of whether they're going to be married, they're going to use their taste, their work to create their houses. They're going to ask their mother, "Mother, what curtain should I use?" And his mother is going to help him. This is exactly the case with the supported living facilities on equal terms. At this point, we have to see how this is going to be combined with the third lady is going to say, who has also left her footprint in this area, Mrs. Turkochoriti, president of the association To Ergastiri, the laboratory. And I believe it would be very useful to hear you, Maria. You have the experience, and you shall have the experience in the future.
Για πολύ. μικρής ακόμα. Ποιος είναι ο...
You're still young. What is the role of the services providing supported living facilities in the shaping of policies that influence their operation? I'm going to present you a brief historic on how we began in order to create those facilities in Greece. The two factors that played an important role in the facilities were two. The first one had to do with the wish of each family. Once the parents are not going to be there, and the other one concerned the European stance vis-à-vis the tackling of the accommodation of people with disabilities and the adoption of the model of assisted living. Based on this model and based on the know-how we had through European programs, in 2004 at the Ergastiri Association, we held a conference on supported living. The president, the minister, Mr. Konstantopoulos, had participated in our conference, and he proposed to the Minister of Health and Social Solidarity, Mr. Avramopoulos at the time, the creation of a working group regarding the creation of a modern legislative framework regarding the supported living facilities. The team was established in 2005, and for the first time, the parents of disabled people could also participate. This resulted in the signature of the ministerial decision number 74 on 29 of January 2007. It was hard, financially speaking, because the expenses were paid by the parents themselves, making it difficult for those facilities to be run. After pressures exercised by our entities and cooperation with our confederation, we managed to issue Law 39 of 2011 with a common decision of the Ministers of Health, Social Solidarity and Finance, determining the cost of treatment that would be reimbursed in the supported living facilities of people with disabilities by social security institutions. After the publication of said law regarding the definition of the cost of treatment, we began our fight with the OP in order to sign the agreement between our entity and the OP. We had a cooperation with the Council of the Minister of Health, Mr. Vangelis Avoulas, and we had the full support of the Confederation. The relevant agreement with the social security insurance entities was signed in 2017 with a retroactive put in effect from 2016. The adoption of the cost of treatment was very positive for a lot of parents who were excluded because they could not cover the financial cost. In meetings we had with the managing authority of the region, we managed to open to new financed programs of the NSRF. It is clear that the philosophy of supported living is very far away from the asylum situation of people in institutions. It is evident that the model of supported living is a very evolving system, and thus, excuse me, need to turn the page. It needs to be constantly monitored and assessed. The Meledoni Association has created a network comprising those entities that are going to accredit and certify the services provided in the facilities. The network goes to provide the necessary know-how to the entities that want to create facilities. I'd like to talk about the reflection of all the entities regarding the succession of the BODs, as we earlier heard by Mr. I don't remember his name in Zoom. We need proposals and procedures. So once the experienced members of leave, or the members of the BODs leave, so that there may be a regime change, assuring the financial and qualitative viability of our entities. Thank you very much. Thank you. I was looking in order to see whether I was wrong. As a president of the lab, should have presented you and introduced as president of the laboratory and not as president of Meledoni. I'm both. In this brief historic that was presented by Mrs. Turkohoriti, I'd like to point out that there have been a lot of difficulties the entities needed to tackle regarding how the state was suspicious about them, and in a miserable way also, allow me to say. In a very miserable way. Was it ignorance? I don't know. Kula, let me say something. When I hear from a person of an entity of the Ministry of Health having a direct relationship with the cost of treatment, liquidation, payment, and the creation of labeling, tell me, do you know, Mr. Limveus, how much the disabled cost? Do you know how much the facilities cost, Mr. Limveus? They say to me, this is not ignorance. This person, if he says something like that, and he says, I'm a sociologist, you know, and I have done studies, and let me tell you the amounts they were telling me. Is there anybody from the social sciences area here? Very nice. Can you tell me what's the cost of dignity? Because I have an formation, education, economics, and I haven't been able to calculate this cost. So there were a lot of difficulties we had to face. What began to take place continues. We need to break vested interests and situations. We need to create a culture. We need to create the background. It has been said by Mrs. Turkohoriti. She has explained, she talked about some crucial periods, such as the enactment of the standards regarding the licensing and authorization of the facilities, the cost of treatment, the reimbursement, the signature of an agreement with the Social Security institution. There were political persons who were involved in all this. And I mean to say, wearing my hat that says Postgamea, that these were hard battles we had to give as a confederation of Postgamea. Giorgos Konstantopoulos, not Mr. Giorgos Konstantopoulos, because I consider him to be one of us, honoring his contribution, honoring how, since the very beginning, he have seen this issue. So Giorgos Konstantopoulos is the first among them. We have Vasilis Kigeroglu coming next, the vice minister of the time, the welfare minister. In order to give you a short history lesson in a law that was to be voted by the Ministry of Health, the Minister of Health, I don't want to say names, has eliminated the provision we had given to Mr. Kegeroglu, so meaning to the Minister of Labor. He left it out. He didn't know. He didn't ask. So we ought to pay tribute to those people. And then comes Theanofotiou, who made the next regulatory framework. Pavlos Polakis, of course. Kula was present. Following a request by Postgamea, and the power of Postgamea comes from all the associations it has underneath, all the associations of parents throughout the Greek territory. And our mirrors, because in our mirrors we see our children, because it is only those who are held accountable that work hard. And, you know, we have the most crucial judgment after the judgment of God. We have to be judged by our children, and we have no room for error. So you see no mountains standing before you, no obstacles, and this is only how the contractualization has been able to be achieved. And of course, we need to mention Domna Mikhailidou, who has also improved this path, because in all this path, our errors and omissions, we try to turn them into energy to move along. We do this internal auditing, as we may call it. So trial and error, and we move along. This is how we came to today. We arrived at today with the full support of Yannis Vardakastanis and Esamea at the national and global level, because a lot of things have been played outside. Things we didn't know, we didn't see, but we see them coming now as a result. And if we want to talk about the future, Yannis Moscholios was the person who fought for the second agreement with EOP, improving shortcomings of the first agreement with EOP, social insurance institution. These are the difficulties we had to face during our path. When I did my presentation, I knew already that Mrs. Yakumaku is not going to leave unless she understands all this, and that she will try to put all this into practice. She may not legiferate, but, you know, having those civil servants, those public officials as supporters who help your cause is very important. And we ought to say a very big thank you to all those who have helped in this effort, both at the Ministry of Labour and the Ministry of Health previously, but also to AOP, Social Security Institution. We need to be fair and recognize their contribution. We said that there should be equality, as has been mentioned by Kula, quality in services. And Kula and Maria Turkohoriti has also talked about this quality, and it was mentioned earlier. It is indeed very important. We need to have quality, security, and dignity for our children. Vasilis Kalopisis, you all know him very well, doesn't need any introduction. So Vasilis Kalopisis is the most adequate person from the scientific staff of Το Πέταγμα to talk to us and to explain us in what ways one can check and ensure the quality of services, the quality of life for people living in supported living facilities. Thank you. Talking about quality, quality is always an interesting discussion, but I think that we say that we need to check quality, but what is quality? And we need to agree on what is quality. And it is important for me to define quality in a way that does not make a difference, that does not differentiate quality as a function of whether we are talking about disabled people or not. In my earlier presentation, I have presented some axes. I said that we need to be in a house that we feel our own, to have contributions, to be a member of community, to have natural networks. We try to assess all this, to control it, through a series of internal procedures we have. The rules of regulation, our statute, the job descriptions, the individual plans, all these elements need to respect those principles and provide us a compass in order to check the quality. Beyond that, We also must have a constant monitoring, training, assessment of the personnel. These are the things we do internally. But it is worthwhile. It would be interesting to have such a compass, such a guide that could be used by somebody who would come as an outcomer, as an external partner to assess our service. Theoretically, it is the region doing this for the time being. The region is the one that needs to control our services. But those people, sometimes they may be very well-intentioned, but usually they remain at very formal standard level and do not enter into the essence of the provision of the services. They have no training whatsoever, they have no knowledge, they have no guidance to undertake such a task. So it would be of value to create a guide regarding of qualitative criteria for those facilities that can be used both by the institutions internally, but also by an external party that shall come to assess, for example, coming from the region, as I've said. Such a guide needs to be created through a co-production process. It may not be imposed neither from the ministry nor from anybody else. If we want it to be substantial, it needs to be created internally through fermentation with the people dealing with such tasks on their daily lives, people who live in those houses. Through such a collective negotiation, bargaining, and negotiation procedure, such a manual or a guide could be created. Melendoni has early identified such a need and has submitted a financing proposal to the Bodosaki institution for the creation of qualitative criteria. This proposal was not financed, but given the occasion and exploiting the presence of Mrs. Yakumaku, that this is a real gap that is here. We need to create such qualitative criteria of operation that are included in the National Action Plan as a proposed action. This guide needs to have a version that is adjusted for the people living in the facilities, so that those people may have access to this documentation, so that they may be directly asked. I'm talking about the residents themselves. There is such a know-how in our times. There are methodologies allowing us to make information more accessible and to go even further and say something more ambitious, but why not? A very nice methodology I have seen, and it was used abroad, is that there are people with disabilities who live in such facilities who are trained themselves to become assessors, evaluators of quality. This is advocacy. This is empowerment. There are functional people who live in the facilities. They have the experience of living in the facility, who become who may be trained on the use of such a guide, who could become the best assessors of everybody. Well, this is what I had to say. Thank you. Vasilis gives me the opportunity to say that Postgamea has already submitted a proposal to AOP, Social Insurance Institution. And SAMEA, of course, since we participate in its board of directors. The National Institution for the Provision of Healthcare Services, with which all the facilities conclude contracts and agreements, needs to ensure the maximum quality for its insured. Correct? Yes, correct. So in this framework, what we have asked, and the president of Postgamea is not in the room, but I have the authorization to say it. So in this framework, AOP must, and it is actually provided for in its establishing law to create models of quality for the services and goods it gets and buys for its insured persons. This is the case in medicines. So we have asked for the creation of a quality model, so that the agreement that is going to be signed regarding the service that is going to be rendered to the insured person, to the disabled person, complies with a specific quality standard. The engagement we got from LP is that such a thing will take place indeed. And the second thing we have asked for, and we have their engagement on that, is that this quality standard needs to have been checked by parental associations, because these are the only persons who have the know-how. It is the persons who began the institution, the persons who have been operating it, correcting, and still keep it going. They're positive on both requests. I believe that this is the best way to check the quality of the services provided, because we need to be sincere. We're parents. We love, we take care. We want our children to have the best. But please do tell me. Place your hand on the Holy Bible and tell me in full sincerity, is this done by everybody all the time? Don't answer me. Answer to yourselves. Is this the case? Always. Do we always all abide by what we have said? We may be under pressure to make some small compromises, but these impacts on quality. And out of mic, question out of mic. I'm not talking about assessment, I'm talking about quality standard. And let me tell you, you need to be sincere, as I said. Let us say that we do it. You all know the legislation on the facilities. Any private, lucrative entity can create such a facility. Will they do it? Don't answer me. Keep the answer to yourselves. So there needs to be this safeguard. There needs to be the model, the quality standard. There needs to be control. Okay, let's say that tomorrow I have a facility, and the people who live in this facility don't get out, never get out in the garden. This is an imaginary example. They have no room to get out. They have no balcony, no terrace, no garden. Okay, they don't go out in the garden. Okay, they will eat beans 4 times a week in order to reduce the cost. It is such things I'm talking about. Yes, this is very important, what you're saying. There need to be standards of control, quality standards that are enacted and approved. And there needs to be a genuine control operation. And any facility that does not conform to these criteria that you shall have approved and created, it shall close down clearly. We need to be clear on that. Out of mic. No interpretation available. It has been mentioned earlier by Kula. Intervention out of microphone. The interpreters are not able to interpret. Dear Vula, let me tell you, the question is asked by Mrs. Vulabello, and it is a real, an essential question. What has been said earlier and we need to take it seriously into account, is that our guest grows older. His mental health, his physical health deteriorates. So the type of support needed becomes different, evolves, it changes, it requires more. The cost of treatment doesn't cost anymore. The standards that we have set forth probably do not cover this. He probably or she probably needs a different bed. So this has to do with increased care, supported living. This is something that needs to be done. This is something that needs to be enacted right from the start, with a separate cost of treatment that is going to be reimbursed, Mrs. Dimakou. And in order not to have any second thoughts, we don't mean that our facilities are going to be turned into hospices. No, these are homes, and they shall remain as homes for our children, but the care needed will be additional. This is what Mrs. Bello is saying. This is what Mrs. Turkohoriti has said. This is the need, and this is what I ask you to do. All this framework is not something operating on its own. There is an international agreement. There is a know-how that has been there for years in some countries abroad, and it is the one that has been utilized by people such as Kula Ioannou, who has been one among the first with Pέταγμα. I'd like at this point to hear Mr. Rhodes. Mr. Rhodes, do you really believe that the title Good Life in the Community has been achieved, and to what extent is this true? Because it is worth hearing it to see to what level are we currently now.
It's weird. I've been listening to debates like this for the last 40 years. Seriously, and that isn't a throwaway comment, because at the end of the day, you mentioned the word vested interest. There are always vested interests that get in the way of common sense. And that's what we see over and over and over again. Vasilis and Lucia and I were at an ESPD conference on quality in Malta a few weeks ago. I was at the foundation of ESPD in Cyprus 27 years ago. Same conference. And I had to get up after the first morning and say, hang on, we heard the same presentations 27 years ago. And we go round and round and round in circles because we don't go to the fundamentals. And you know what we did here, and what Pέταγμα has done here has been, we have odd insights occasionally. The insight from Plan, the insight from ABCD, the insight from John O'Brien, and so on. We draw on those things. We adapt and we use them. But at the end of the day, I think what I'm seeing in terms of the international work that I do is that it takes real leadership and opportunism to really make, in any given country, in any given jurisdiction, it almost is a chance that things are going to come right. Earlier, I've forgotten your name, excuse me, but you started off where governments always start off talking about safety. Now, if we look at Europe, we look at North America, we look at Australasia, governments are absolutely awful at establishing safety for people who are vulnerable. It's terrible. They're really, really bad at it. We have a hugely funded thing called the Care Quality Commission in Britain that is supposed to oversee and properly investigate the quality of services and ensure that they are safe and that people in them are not being abused. Over and over again, week in, week out, we hear that they've given a good or an excellent reference to an organisation the week before the latest scandal in that organisation breaks. You know, what we know is that essentially, you know, it's what I was talking about earlier. The reason that Pέταγμα works is because of that link between family, community and service. Everything is visible. You know, institutions don't have to be behind walls. You can have institutions with all sorts of community services. As soon as people aren't visible, as soon as people are not connecting with what is really going on in people's lives, as soon as people don't understand the individual and they just see them as part of something, then people aren't safe. Equally, what we've learned is that high quality service in Europe occurs where all those involved, the people that are resourcing it, and that may be families and it may be governments and it may be local authorities and health authorities and so forth, and the people themselves and the people that love them, their families, their advocates and professionals, are all working towards being very clear about what the purposes they're trying to achieve and what the principles are that underpin those purposes. And what we've learned is that the best way of doing that is locally. You don't do it for a whole country. You do it in an area where those people, the real people that are involved with those people's lives, can be genuinely involved. And they're not being represented by others for whom that becomes a career, you know? So, you know, there's some very, very basic principles. One is basically find out what really matters to the people you're trying to help. The second principle is be really, really clear about what you're trying to do, what your purpose is. You know, the purpose for Pέταγμα is, for me, is absolutely sewn on the shirt. You know, it is about, you know, having an ambitious view of somebody's life. It's about how can that be better and better and better. It's tied up with principles. It's tied up with principles which are about self-advocacy, which are about self-realization. It's about contribution. It is about relationship. Then you can think about resources. You know, another thing we noticed in Malta. You know, we have things like the UN Convention, been there for years. But you can't implement that in Moldova at the moment. You can't implement that in Ukraine. But at the same time, there are people in those settings that are getting people out of institutions by doing things in other ways. So you know, essentially it's the direction of travel always that really, really matters. And it's about, you know, we need to learn from what works around the world. And we need to apply it locally, in my view. And I think that's what we did here. And I think it's what I've done in my little contribution in what we do in the UK, is that we've taken the stuff that really seems to make sense for what we're trying to do, and we've applied it. Now, when it comes to resources, you know, it's in the nature of the accountancy-based way in which governments go about their business that everybody thinks about things in cost terms. But you know, what we've learned is that we need to think about things in value terms, not in cost terms. If you're clear about purpose and then you try to deliver that purpose and you don't necessarily try to buy the solution to that purpose, but you only buy the things that you need, then it costs less and it's more likely to work. So attending to value instead of cost is also really important. Now, to do that, central government has to delegate. It has to allow things to be done. It has to organise and basically structure in order that there is real power in local democratic processes. And as John McKnight always says, you can't have care without democracy. And this stuff comes out of trusting people. It seems to me that so much of what governments are about doing is controlling and commanding, rather than facilitating and enabling. And it's about getting that balance right. Yeah, of course, there need to be those oversight things, that there needs to be the supervision, but it needs to be supervision that is realistic and works. And to try and say that because we've got an agency that costs millions and millions of, in our case, pounds like the Care Quality Commission, everybody is safe, when they clearly aren't, and it doesn't work, is both dishonest and it's very poor economics. So those are the sorts of things I think we learn internationally. You know, part of the work I'm currently doing with the Commission, indeed, is around trying to help them to help European governments to actually look seriously at this stuff around purpose and principles. And for the people that are actually setting up the systems to actually know what they're talking about, rather than receiving reports from other people. And that seems to me to be absolutely fundamental. We've done it on a local level in the UK and a few other places with local authorities and with local health boards and so on. And it really works to take the people that set the systems up out on the ground to establish the consequences of what they're proposing, and then they can amend them appropriately. So, you know, I can carry on forever. I've written books about this. I don't need to carry on forever. Do you get the gist?
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think this is food, not just for reflection, but for goal setting for everybody. When I mean not just the state, I mean us as well. I would like to ask a last question. Instead of addressing it to all of you, I would like to address it to the panel, so that everybody can have a minute to say very, very briefly how they envisage the future of supported living facilities. I shall start the opposite way. I shall start from Mr. Rhodes. How do you envisage the future of supported living facilities tomorrow in Greece? And what our objectives need to be? Obviously, as far as Greece is concerned, it would be important to hear what could be our objectives for the future.
My brain is spaghetti after today, in the sense of trying to be clear about what should happen in Greece. One of the other things I'm clear about is that, for me, it isn't about supported living, it's about achieving a good life. And it's achieving a good life as a citizen for everybody. And one of the things that seems to make sense to me that we've played around with in the UK and other places, and Canada's had going for years and years and years, is the notion that people actually have the money. It isn't, you don't go out and buy services, but people in their own right, according to their aspiration and the necessities of their disability, actually have a pool of money, and the people who love them can then invest that in the things that make sense. And that seems to me to make far more sense than buying a raft of different services and then fitting people into them, even if they're called supported living. And so much supported living is not about people living in congregate settings. Some of the people we took out of institutions not only live alone, they now live with a partner, or they have chosen to live with a friend, or they've chosen to live somewhere totally different because they've moved into employment and so on. So it's, we need to build that flexibility into things. Again, it is about trusting people. In a sense, it makes much more sense rather than buying services to view somebody's financial support from the state as essentially a benefit rather than anything else. So that could be a way forward, but I couldn't tell you what the way forward is for Greece. As I say, I've heard so much complexity today. I think you're dug in a hole of complexity, to be honest. And I think it's going to take some leadership from somewhere to unpick that complexity and start saying, what the hell are we trying to do here? Can we carve a way through the things that are obstructing us from seeing clearly what we're trying to do?
Thank you.
Βασίλης. Same question. Tomorrow. A movement that concerns the perception of welfare. This is, I believe, where we are headed. Is this perception that is now that the person who has a need goes somewhere in a service and takes a solution. This is the current perception. I believe that as time passes, we should move towards a new logic in which the service, which is not going to be the same as we have today, the service is the one who goes where there is a need in the citizen and provides assistance. This is the future of supported living that we may call otherwise in the future. But for me, the future is small, flexible services that go themselves by themselves to the people in need, to the family in need, and don't wait from the person to come to them. I don't know whether what I say is clear. This is a model that is being applied in a lot of, quite few actually, countries of the Western world. The facilities as they stand today present a very big value, but I believe we need alternative models beyond the facilities. And what I'm talking about is such an alternative model that could operate in parallel with the existing system of the facilities. There are a lot of people out there which, with some sort of assistance, they could live in their own house or in a small house close next to their house, either alone or with assistance. They could find a job, and that could make them independent enough in order to require less assistance in the future. Such type of flexible services in the community are the future for me. Very nice, thank you. Regarding this last part of the session, I shall not make any comments. Vasilis, please give the mic to Mrs. Turkohoridi to answer the same question. We need to provide a facility to more persons. We need to increase the number of facilities from 100. This number needs to increase in order to provide a roof to more persons, because I see there is a demand and we do not have positions to offer for the persons coming and to offer them the best possible quality of life. Thank you. Ms. Ioannou. On the one hand, we have a problem regarding the management to find younger people to undertake our positions. And we need to take care of these qualitative criteria. This is what we need to seek. And with awareness raising, we need to attract people to enter, because our word is voluntarily provided, and somebody needs to have time to dedicate to this cause. And lastly, Mrs. Yakumatou, last but not least. Thank you. I imagine the accommodation facilities operate in a different natural and social environment. As far as social environment is concerned, a social environment without stereotypes, without ignorance for the disability, for the persons with disabilities, with no prejudices impacting the development of their personalities. To achieve so, we need continuation of the awareness-raising activities. We need training of civil servants in order for you not to hear things such as the ones you have heard. As far as the natural environment is concerned, we need to tackle the accessibility obstacles. It is very hard to totally eliminate them, but we may improve the situation both internally, inside the buildings, and outside the buildings as well. The next thing we need is the increase of positions. We need to have adequate services that are evenly distributed throughout the territory and according to the needs of the population. We come from the region of Laconia. I don't need there is a supported an assisted living facility in my area. There certainly are people with disabilities, and some needs are not covered by this form of accommodation. There are some other type of institutions of closed healthcare and church institutions, but our objective, as we have said, is the deinstitutionalization. The role of the state shall have to be more empowered, as well as the role of local government, both in terms of financing, but also in terms of the establishment and operation of accommodation facilities. The centers of social welfare have started to establish such facilities. The one in Western Greece has already done so with 2 accommodation facilities. The same applies with the center of Thrace region. As far as the buildings themselves, this is a common problem even with our own infrastructure. We have the problem with local societies that need to be trained. It has been mentioned by the minister. There was a case of a building for which the mayor himself came and asked that no assisted living facility is created in this specific building. As far as the increased healthcare facilities are concerned, we are discussing about it in the ministry. This means increase of the resources. As far as the resources are concerned, we are satisfied with the legislative initiative, and we start to see the ministerial decisions come out, transferring resources to the Ministry of Labour in order to reimburse AOP for the services they provide to the social welfare structures. It is important. This is administrative, but at the end of the day, it impacts you. There is a special account in the budget of the social welfare regarding the reimbursement of AOP, in which each year money is transferred by the Ministry of Finance. Yes, exactly. Liquidations take place and the money is transferred in this account. We know that each year the money shall come. For 2021-2027, it is important to see that the financing of the facilities is going to be continued coming from the regional programs. The accommodation facilities in the future, as it has been said earlier, need to be person-centered, based on the rightism, human rightism model. The Ministry of Labour, as it has been said by the Secretary General in the morning, has planned the institution of the personal assistance that is will soon begin to be implemented, but also assisted labour. We consider that those activities are going to contribute to the social inclusions of persons with disabilities. I mean to say that generally accommodation, I believe this is a part of their lives that is turned towards independent living. We need to see it more globally, in a more holistic manner. This is part of our life as well, as far as accommodation goes. All these things need to be assessed, of course. We need to make sure that we have and provide qualitative standards Regarding the region, we are working on a new ministerial decision regarding the institution of the social council, social advisor. His role is going to be more easy, given that there shall be some control standards that shall not be limited to the technical standards of the control, but there shall also be some technical aspects. And we remain open regarding the creation of a quality standard regarding the supported living facilities, which is going to facilitate not only the control, but the quality assurance mainly. I have nothing more to say. I would just like to help you for the invitation and for the personal stories you have transferred and presented. Thank you very much for your presence. Thank you for what you have done and for what you're about to do. Allow me to make a small synopsis, a small presentation of what has been heard based on what we have heard, because the future is the main thing. And after that, after the video, I would just like to say a simple sentence in order to close. Okay, let's see the video now.
Από πάνω, τουαλετμάνσκι.
I want to encourage you, and through you and Kula and others, is to encourage people to use the imagination. So the other half of imagination is memory. So our memory tells us about all the things that are not possible or things that have happened in the past and whatever. And we give lots of credit to our memory, right? It dictates our life. But imagination is what propels us forward. The disability movement began with parents who will be in the room at your conference, who had very few resources after the Second World War, and who said, we want to change the way our sons and daughters are supported. And they began movements all over the world that led to the first UN Charter on Human Rights. The first UN Charter for anybody was a charter that families collectively around the world pushed for, which was the UN Declaration on the Rights of Mentally Handicapped People. It's time for us as families to do it again in solidarity with brothers and sisters and other family members and friends and lovers and professionals and service providers. That's now our challenge, to make the stream a mighty river again.
Εγώ ήθελα να πω αυτά που ακούσατε.
I have nothing more to add. If you allow me, just say a big thank you as a parent to you for being here. But I mean to say to the people who have worked in the roofs, in the facilities, a big thank you as a parent for all of you, for what you have done, for what you are still doing. When we see there are parents who went ahead and gave an answer to this nightmare, this encourages us, and this provides us with a vision and a hope. And it compels us to promise that we shall keep this hope alive. Thank you all. Excuse me if I have tired you. Mrs. Ioannou, please, you have the floor to close our conference. Out of mic. Out of mic. We thank you all for being with us until this late. The work the Πέταγμα has done is a collective work. This is a work of a lot of people, both our employees, both the parents, all the people who stood by our side on a voluntary basis and who have provided us and offered us their contribution. With faith, love for the disabled people who have empowered us, allowing us to reach the point where we are today. Mrs. Mandadaki, for you, I have not cried, and it is only you who have made me cry. This is for you. I need to congratulate all of you. Out of mic.
Γιατί ήμασταν τόσο ευγενικοί, γιατί μας δίνετε τέτοια κατάσταση.
Μακριά από εμάς, η θέση μας είναι ότι
Disability has no political color. Disability has no political party. We found people everywhere who have helped us and who stood by our side.